Hello everyone, and welcome to another late night Monster Hunter World Iceborne live stream. It's 1 a.m. in the morning for me, so it's 3 a.m. in New York and 11 in California. How is it going, everyone? It's Monday morning, technically, or Sunday night if you're in California. I'm going to be working on my PC account. There's a lot of armor and decorations and just weapons that I need to unlock for this character. I figured I want to do a different kind of stream today. I'm a little burnt out on Monster Hunter. I've got 3 accounts. My main account just has everything. So the PlayStation and the PC account is just like extra. It's like I'm playing the game again. And I've done everything. We're waiting for Master Rank Kulftaroth. She hasn't been released yet. The Spring Festival began, but we just don't have her. So I don't really have anything else to do, and I took some days off. I took like 2 days off, basically, from the Monster Hunter channel. And here we are tonight. Since there's still nothing to do, I'll just work on my PC character, and we can have a nice conversation with each other about anything at all. So tonight especially, I will be reading all of your comments and questions and talking about anything you guys want to talk about. The game is going to be the background noise for me. My main focus will be the comment section, okay? Sounds like a good idea? Let's go ahead and get started. So if you want to join the session, by the way, the session ID is in the upper right-hand corner. I need to fight Raging Brachydios, so I don't have the Raging Brachydios set yet. I need the armor set. Probably 1 or 2 of his weapons would be nice to have as well. Also, I need to fight Furious Rajang, and I need to pick up his heavy bowgun. So that would be nice to have as well. A Gamer Froze says, I'm not mentally prepared for Kulf. 2 p.m. Monday, Singapore. Oh, cool. So you're in Singapore. How's it going, Pew Puff? Will you play Final Fantasy VII? I tell you what, if somebody wants to purchase me Final Fantasy VII, I will play it just for that person. Otherwise, no. I was not nostalgic for Final Fantasy VII. My player base is not for Final Fantasy VII. It's for Monster Hunter World. And I just don't have any reason to play it. But if somebody desperately wants me to play it, I would play it for them. But that's about it. Waking you up? Yeah, she was sleeping next to you. Enzo says, I'm not prepared for Elytron when he or she arrives. Hopefully it's a tough fight, and hopefully it's full of content when Elytron arrives. It feels a little bit like the content is slow enough on Monster Hunter World Iceborne that maybe it's time for me to start picking up a second game and having fun with that. Because I don't really, like for example, the Dual Blades came out with the 2 floppy fish, and there's the whole issue with the wet fish scales, which, is kind of cool. But ironically, I also realized I don't care to farm for Wetfish Fin. It's not important enough to me. And I could work on that, but it's kind of like banging your head on a wall. I don't know if I feel like doing that, you know what I mean? It just seems like a lot of work, and I don't even play dual blades, so the fish themselves were not too exciting. They're alright. Each says, who should I listen to, my French teacher or GC? LMAO, you know the answer. Worldwide community, Uga says, you think it's good, an Agitator 7 Frostcraft Greatsword crit draw with Safi Greatsword. I don't like anything that uses crit draw personally. I mean, there's like the Clutch Claw build, but it's a meme build. Otherwise, no. KSJ says, is Heavy Bowgun difficult to use? I'm trying to learn new weapons. Yeah, it's not that hard. If you're talking about sticky ammo, it's one of the easiest things in the game, to be honest. It's almost like cheesing the monster. X Behemoth says, I wonder what will happen next after Elytron and when Kulv can die. I don't know, man. I don't really see this game being supported a whole lot after Elytron. I figure maybe like 1 more serious monster, and then they're probably just going to cool off, you know what I mean? HP Blast says, I saw your Lance video yesterday, and I couldn't find it today. What happened? So HP, the rendering of that video did not finish, so it was missing almost half of the video. So my editor had to re-render it, and I'm trying to upload it, but now it's having like trouble uploading to YouTube. So I'm just having all kinds of technical difficulties with it, unfortunately. Randaroo says, don't farm, just commit PC Master Race, shop mod, one of the many mods got you covered. Funny you should point that out, Randaroo. Let me show you something, guys. So I'm on PC, right? Let's jump, yeah. Let's go ahead and have this. I just had dinner, so I need to clear my throat. Let's see. Here it is. Wetfish Fin Plus. Check it out, guys. So on the PC, you always had the ability to have a ton of Wetfish Fin via mods. And I've played with infinite wetfish fins. It's all right. It's kind of cool. It's like having speed sharpening on your build all the time. It's not like mind breaking. It's not, oh man, I'm going to get rid of Master's Touch on all my builds and just run Protected Polished Wetfish Fin. You could do that if you want. It doesn't make a huge difference to me personally. I know you guys have probably been talking a lot about that recently because of that new event quest. It's okay. But for people who are on console who can't just cheese the Wetfish Fins with the mod, do you really want to spend 5 hours farming Wetfish Fin? Personally, I don't care enough. At what awakened level does appearance stop evolving? Oh, on the weapon? I think 23. Here, let's go ahead and get the Raging Bracadillo started.
Hey, you.
What's your go-to heavy bowgun build? My go-to heavy bowgun build? I guess it's the typical sticky ammo build that everyone's using. Yeah, but I also enjoy Pierce occasionally. Alright, let's get these started. How do I have so many? On the PC, you can use mods basically to cheat. It's very easy to cheat on the PC because, there's people who sit around working on the game files and everything like that. You can't do it as easily on the PlayStation and the Xbox, but you can do it on the PlayStation using the save wizard, so even on the PlayStation it's not super rare. That's getting a little loud. They might support it that long. I'm sure that will add one more siege. You never know. They might, but I don't know if they will. I have a feeling that the player base might start to recede a little bit for Monster Hunter. Uga Chaka says, you think Dalamadur hunt might be possible in the near future? Probably not. The fins last forever, that's right. Strawn HD says, can you do a leveling guide for the bow like you did for the longsword? I thought about working on that, Strawn. Sadly, now's a really bad time to be working on YouTube content in general. Right now, there's very little pay for the work you do on YouTube, and it is legit hard work. It's like any job. So you put in like 16 hours of work now and be paid like maybe 20 bucks. It's pretty bad. The crash in the economy has definitely affected me, and I'm assuming all YouTubers. So I've been thinking about taking a break from making content entirely and focusing instead on creating a product to sell as merchandise. And then once I have a good product made, I can get back to making videos. In other words, not relying on YouTube to generate an income and relying on my own work. So I've thought about doing that a lot. Let's go ahead and eat. Can you give me a virtual hug? There you go, Arson. No homo. See, now everything's fine. I said no homo. By the way, what do I have for the build? Oh, it's a wide range build. Okay, we can run wide range. Imagine being up at 2:30 a.m. and watching TGC play Monster Hunter. Feels great. Oops. Let's have this demon drug. And we'll have the might seed. And we'll have the demon powder. So we'll use all of those to help our teammates out. We'll put on the Rocksteady mantle to start us out. I'm going to go ahead and, well, he needs to be thrown into a wall again, actually. They should do it. Oh, Randaru's got it. Oh, Randaru's in here. Alright, let's go ahead and get the head here. So this is the chat stream. We can talk about anything you guys want. It doesn't have to be related to Monster Hunter. We can talk about anything at all. You can ask me questions that you've never asked before. I actually realized sometimes it's hard to participate as a viewer and to ask interesting questions. And I find that probably sometimes what helps is to just talk about the things going on in your own life. Hardships, good things, interesting things, drama. I love drama, actually. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm still alive. I'm a drama queen. I've told you guys this before. My first job, I worked at Target when I was younger. And I would actually intentionally sit next to the table with the little old ladies on it in the break room. Right, so all the little old ladies, they like to sit together because they're like in the same age group. And I loved sitting next to them and hearing about all the drama going on in their life because these little old ladies were super dramatic. And that was me. I was always like that. So it kind of makes sense that I ended up getting into YouTube. I love drama. Nope, one moment. Do I not have any moderators with me tonight? Let's see. Carlos, Taco, JV. JV, you want to be a mod? I'm going to make you a temporary mod. And we should have one more. Arson, I'm going to make you a temporary mod as well. So you guys are temporary mods. If anyone spams or trolls, you can just hide them. And try not to be mean to anyone. Okay. What do I think about Elytron? I fought him once in Monster Hunter Ultimate. That was on the Nintendo Switch, and he was not too bad. I thought he was okay. Is Insanity dead? It looks like he's alive with 1 HP. Oh, he is alive with 1 HP. Would you recommend traveling to another state right now? Asking because I had given someone else advice not to. Oh, in light of the coronavirus? I mean, you know, I think it has more to do with like where you move. So if you travel to the middle of nowhere in Missouri, you're probably going to be fine because there's not a lot of coronavirus over here. If you're moving into New York State or you're traveling there, you're just going to be affected by all the lockdown and quarantine. So it depends on the context. Is it somebody moving to get a job and to get a start a new life? Then yeah, maybe you would do that. However, if it was just somebody who's going on a vacation, might be a good time to delay the vacation. My time as mod has come. Hey, Mr. Economist, your videos are really good. Help to me since I'm just starting Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Can I ask something important about the DLC? Well, you should have just asked it there, rather than asking me if you could ask a question. Kai Chin Chan says, as of right now on PC, which monster do you think is the hardest and which is the most fun? Oh, on PC, still Extreme Behemoth. Yeah, still Extreme Behemoth. He's the most complicated monster. Like, we'll make him look easy, and a big part of that is because he's been around for so long. But if Extreme Behemoth launched at the same time that Raging Brachydios did, and Furious Rajang, he would be the hardest of the three, because he's most complicated, and he has a one-shotting mechanic. Death Snake says, if you like drama, you should check out a guy named so-and-so. He runs a drama show called No. I don't watch a whole lot of YouTube, is the truth. Although, I did end up watching that Tiger King on Netflix. Remember that? Yeah, so people were like talking about it in my comment section. I finally got it, because my wife and I actually do happen to have Netflix. I watched it. It was so crazy. I loved it. It was actually really enjoyable. I didn't expect that at all. It's actually maybe one of the most enjoyable things I've watched in a long time was Tiger King. If you guys haven't watched it, it's definitely something you can binge watch. I won't lie. Do you know when Master Rank Kolv is coming out? People speculate probably in 2 to 3 weeks, sadly. And part of that is because she's not showing up on the event quest schedule, which is usually the sign that she's not coming out soon. Raging Bracky Farm, I need help! Oh, nice. So again, the game tonight for me is going to be... Oh, god damn it. Can't get my Big Bang out. Don't you hate that? You gotta have flinch free to play with your teammates when you're using the hammer, or else you don't get to use Big Bang. So many weapons are not screwed by multiplayer, but hammer really is. They should just change a Big Bang so that it's got built-in flinch free. It just makes sense. Ralph isn't on YouTube. He got yeeted. Susan doesn't like him. Keith says, hi sir, which weapon would you say has the highest damage potential on a party or solo game, like your top 3? Oh, top 3 damage is all the same as the heavy bowgun spread ammo. It's almost all... Oh no, I'm dead. Rewards... How many people died? People had already died 3 times? Holy... We're already out of lives? Oh no. I'm like trying to read the comment section, so I'm not playing so well, but I didn't think we'd be out of lives. Alright, so we'll we'll set up a little better there. HARPG says, why was everyone so hyped about Tiger King? It's actually an enjoyable piece of content, that's why. It tells the story of exotic animal owners, and they have like a feud going on, and it's just a very interesting... There's a lot to it. Carol Baskins will be indicted soon. Carol Baskin. Killed her husband. Wait, what? Aurora, here it is. Aurora says, I wanted to ask if 5 different monster pieces of armor is bad. Considering I'm focused on building the skills for Insect Glaive, would you have advice on this? I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about a mixed set? Mixed sets aren't bad. They're pretty standard, actually. Most builds take mixed sets. That's where you have, rather than all the same pieces of armor from the same monster, you have a variety of armor pieces that give you the best skills. Carol Baskin. How does that song go? There's a song going around on TikTok. Carol Baskin shot her husband. Maybe it doesn't start with... I think it starts with Carol Baskin at the start. I don't remember the lyrics. I'll have to hear it again to remember the lyrics. Should have paid attention when you're in multiplayer. Somebody should be eating for, what's the name of the skill? Feline Safeguard, to give us another life. Hey, mister, do you also play on PC? We're on PC right now. Mike says, what would be your personal choice of monster do you put in Monster Hunter World? This is a very common question I get. I really don't care at this point. I mean, it's an interesting question. I could probably stretch an answer out for a long time. I could talk about my favorite monsters in life, stuff like that. Symbolic ideas behind monsters. But really, it just needs to be a really tough fight like Extreme Behemoth. That's what I'm looking for again. I think Extreme Behemoth easily is their best achievement in Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Iceborne. It continues to be him, sadly, and they just need to duplicate that. They need to make it happen again. That's their best thing they could do is make another Extreme Behemoth, in my opinion. Not everyone will agree. Let's go ahead and get these buffs going. So we're gonna have Mega Demon Drug. No, there's no such thing as too much mixed armor, to answer your question. Mixed armor is very standard. Alright, let's go ahead and help out with this. If you ain't eating for Chef's Choice, you ain't eating. Raging Bracky is relatable because he always gets his goo all over the floor. Oh my god. Finna about to explode. Oh, Finna didn't explode, actually. I called it... made a video on those dual blades. How's it going, Tulio? Welcome to my Let's Chat live stream, where I'm not going to focus so much on the fighting. I'm going to focus instead on the chat room. I'm trying to... I always like to experiment in my live streams, and that's the experiment for tonight. Tonight we focus on talking with each other. And, you know, if I die, I die. It won't be such a big deal. Gore Magala or Shigaru Magala. Oh, right. They were... People seem to want them a lot. I think they're very cool looking. They're really cool monsters. I don't think we're getting them, though, honestly. Smack! Heart's broken already. Wow. Let's get this Might Seed going again. Actually, can I... So there's the Nullberry. Oh, here we go. Demon Powder. So I'm just going to keep my teammates buffed as hell. I really like fighting Safi. I downloaded a mod that balanced Safi for solo, and it's such fun and challenging fight. Oh, you mean basically you nerfed him. The Radiant says, don't you think that Arch-Tempered Safijiva could be as hard as Extreme Behemoth? Yeah, it's not really the difficulty with Safijiva that I have the biggest problem with. The biggest problem I have with Safijiva is that you obtain his rewards far too easily, which means that there's really no point in fighting him. There's no point. He's very, very easy. They need to have it so that you fail the quest and run out of lives, rather than, you know, okay, well, somebody else defeated him, so everyone gets rewards now. It's a terrible system, in my opinion, that makes the rewards feel pretty much irrelevant. What do you think about the Cat Safijiva armor? I love the tiny wings and the energy stripes when it fights. I never really paid too much of attention to fashion in this game. My favorite armor set is the Silver Knight armor. Other than that, I don't really care how my Palico looks too much. I like to give my Palico the Uragan armor set because it makes him look a little bit like a little snowman, but that's about it. It makes him look like a stone snowman. Kenny says, if you could have Capcom port forward to any monster, which one would you have them port to World and why? I honestly don't care. I really don't care. That's a very common question. You guys keep asking, which monster would you like to see next? I don't care. I don't care. I want the monster to be difficult. The monster needs to be a challenging, raid-type, boss-type fight. That's all I care about. The monster could be Pickle Rick. My recommendation for Glaive is to forget about aerial attacks. Most of them suck. I don't know. I actually kind of disagree with that point of view with the insect glaive. So if you're trying to speedrun with the insect glaive, yes, that is correct. That's accurate. Most people don't speedrun with the insect glaive, and they're encouraged not to use the aerial attacks. But I find that the aerial attacks are the most interesting part of using the weapon. And if you're not using the aerial attacks, then why aren't you just using a different weapon like switch axe or longsword, which both feel better on the ground than the insect glaive. Insect glaive feels good precisely because it attacks from the air, and it has an attack that allows it to mount very quickly. And if you learn to delay mounts, you can actually deal a lot of damage to your target in multiplayer by having your teammates benefit from the mount. It can be the same as like trapping a monster, maybe even better sometimes. I don't know. I haven't fully understood the way mounts work. Mounts are weird. Mounts can be really weird. Get that going. Oh my god, dude. More extreme monsters, please. Am I right? What's the armor called in your arms? Oh, these are from one of the previous festivals. I don't remember the name. It was the... I can't remember it. Here. Astral Scarf. That's the Astral Scarf I'm wearing. Soon enough, I'll be wearing Raging Brachydios armor. We'll be trading that out soon enough. Oops. Hopefully I helped you there, Finna. Is there any games you're looking forward to coming out soon? I found out that Elden Ring is scheduled to come out in the summer, in June. And I was surprised by this. I didn't realize it was coming out so soon. I thought that there was a much longer wait. I thought it was coming out in November. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that game. I don't know what to expect from it. If it is what I hope it is, if it's like the next Dark Souls series for FromSoft, there is a very fair chance that I take that up as a primary game for this YouTube channel. In other words, you might see me swap over from Monster Hunter to Elden Ring, and maybe I will swap back when the next Monster Hunter game comes out. This Monster Hunter title is getting old, guys. It's like 3 years old. You can play a game for 3 or more years, but there's a point where it's like, it's not really a good idea to do that. There's more games out there to be played. And the replay value on this game has been terrific. I definitely recommend it to anyone who hasn't played it, but I've actually played this quite a lot. Get out of here. I'm just going to keep on healing and maybe just avoiding him. The rest of the Fated 4 sounds fun to have in the future, so Glavinus isn't so lonely. I highly doubt that. Highly doubt we will get the rest of the Fated 4. We don't have Lagiacrus. We don't have what appears to be the skeleton for Lagiacrus. We don't have an elephant skeleton. I really don't think you will see the Fated 4 at all. I think the Fated 4 is a pipe dream. We probably will get a Latreon, and then maybe one more monster. Maybe one more monster. If you're lucky, one more monster. That's what I think. Maybe you will see more variants, which I could see them doing a lot of. Riker says, what is Elden Ring? Great question. Maybe I should do a video on it. Elden Ring is made by FromSoft. The story is made by George R.R. Martin. So that alone has me very hyped. George R.R. Martin, the maker of Game of Thrones, right? So George R.R. Martin's working on the story, and then FromSoft's working on the game, and it's supposed to be kind of like an open world Dark Souls is sort of what I'm hearing. Okay, so open world Dark Souls. Very excited for that. And it could be Game of the Year, because FromSoft tends to make extremely good games. They tend to make extremely polished, artistic, with beautiful music, and excellent tight gameplay that challenges the player. So if they have all that, I'm in. I'm very excited. However, there has not been any new news on Elden Ring since, for a while, since the last E3, I think. So the fact that there's been no new trailers, no hype, people are speculating that the game is actually going to be delayed. If it's delayed, it's delayed. Max says Elden Ring is not coming this summer. Well, you don't know that. Four Brother says, I think somebody asked this already, but is that shirtless layered armor? No, this is the actual buff body chest. So I'm wearing it probably because it's my best piece of armor at the time. What do you say about the people who use a damage multiplier and go around public sessions? They're ruining the game, and they're the reason that Monster Hunter will probably inevitably make mods illegal. or they probably already do have it that way, but they'll probably find ways to crack down on it. They're assholes. Shouldn't do it. Hey, what's up? Is Elden Ring coming this summer, and is that official? Their official release date is in June. However, since we've heard nothing about it, everyone is speculating it's going to be delayed soon. So everyone's expecting them to come out and announce them to say that it's delayed. Alright, so that was Raging Bracky. Let's get the Furious Raging done real fast. Special assignment. Fury Remains. Did you know that the Blast Resistance skill will help against Raging Brachydios? It cancels out Blast Scourge. Yeah, I know that. Man, I played him for like 12 hours the other day. And so, yeah, I'm very familiar with Raging Brachydios. Hey, did you know that Blast Resist? I made like 3 videos talking about it, at least. Do you remember me? My name used to be Dat Boy. How's it going, Dat Boy? Now you're Angel Revelez. Pokemaster says, do you think the next Monster Hunter game will be on the Switch? I think that they will very likely port Iceborne over to the Switch. And that'll be it. And the next title will be on, you know, Xbox, whatever, Xbox 2. What are they calling it? Is it like Xbox One Series X or something like that? And the PlayStation will be PS5, so the next title will likely be on the next consoles. Do you think the next Monster Hunter game? Already answered that one. How long are you planning to stream? Great question, Yeezy. It could be 2 hours, which is my standard stream time. But if we're having a good conversation, it could be longer than 2 hours. Just depends on if we get on a fun topic to talk about. I love to talk. What do you think is the hardest achievement in Monster Hunter World Iceborne? I have no clue. I've never cared about achievements on Xbox or PlayStation or really any game. To me, they're just sort of this artificial thing to chase. So I've never cared about achievements. Series X. Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Straight. Philippe says, hey, I just finished the Iceborne story. What should I do now? Just Guiding Lands? Any video reference? Yeah, so what you want to do is you'll want to go into the Guiding Lands and you'll want to unlock Zenogre. And you'll want to start grinding in the Guiding Lands. And also you can work on your optional quests as well. You're basically starting the end game and you need to grind your master rank level up to level roughly 70, I'd say, is where I would stop worrying about grinding your master rank. So you need to get that master rank up to level 70, and when you reach certain checkpoints, you will be given like a special quest event that will unlock new monsters in the Guiding Lands, and it will remove the Guiding Lands level cap. Right now there should be a level cap that says you can't go too far. What? I'm missing camps? I'm missing camps! Oh, that's awful. I didn't know I was missing any camps. Alright, well, I will have to go unlock them right now. But anyways, yeah, so the other thing you might do is if you don't have a weapon that you like, you will probably want to fight Shara Ishvalda like 2 or 3 times. Be sure to break his head fully. And you'll want to go ahead and break his head and craft his weapon. It's a great weapon to carry you in the end game. And then you'll go from his weapon. The next weapon you want to get is the Raging Brachydios version of your weapon. So Raging Brachydios is very easy and quick to obtain. And it's pretty much an end game weapon. It's like meta or whatever you want to call it. Forget Blast Resist, you need Lloyd's Talisman. That's right. Any achievement dealing RNG like gold crowns or blah blah blah. The small, I'm reading your comments very quickly. Missing Camp 15, that's right. True Sighted says, chat about what? Oh, I'm still fairly new in the game, just unlocked charms. We can chat about anything. In fact, I prefer to chat about things that aren't necessarily about Monster Hunter, because right now I'm just kind of grinding my PC account. And to be honest, like I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, I have played this game probably for a little over 4,000 hours now. There's everything there is to know. I pretty much know it. If I don't know it, I know how to find it very fast. It's all part of knowing how to make content. There's not a lot left for me to do here, so I'm here to talk to you guys about your lives and maybe questions you have, or you know, just fun stuff. Like I said, drama's good. Maybe the news? Who likes the news? I love the news. That's the primary thing I watch on my free time is the news. Finna's in trouble. Alright, let's get this going. Looks like I didn't reset my item loadout. Okay. Oh, that was easy. Raging Bracky Dual Blade better than Safi Dual Blade? I think they're roughly the same. I think that's rough. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Safajiva weapons tend to outperform only by a very small amount. That's what I've heard multiple times. God, I'm so tired of being interrupted. You try to do something when a monster's down, you just immediately get interrupted. TGC, you should play Neo 2. I'm not a fan of console exclusive games. I really am not. It's one of the reasons why I have no interest in Final Fantasy. Is cereal soup? That's actually a really deep question. Is cereal soup? That's a good one. It's kind of like soup, isn't it? It's like soup made out of grains, isn't it? It's a very simple soup. But yeah, you're right. It is kind of like a sugary, grainy soup. And milk would be the fat in it. I actually made dinner tonight, and that's what we had. We had a potato sausage soup with cabbage. Very healthy. The news. Oh yeah, sure. I love the news. Is this the Krusty Krab? What are your opinions on President Trump's rather lax approach to COVID-19? Yeah, gosh, that's a tough one. I think COVID-19 basically is still very new to everyone. I think very commonly what people talk about is like, how bad should we let the economy get before the damage to the economy is worse than the number of people dying? And the reason why you have that conversation is because people don't understand when your economy does bad, people die then too, right? So how are you going to take care of the poor when you have no money? How are you going to pay for your house when you have no money? People turn to crime when they have no money. How are you going to pay for your health care if you have no money? So there's a lot of bad things that happen when nobody has a job and nobody has an income. A lot of bad things happen very fast. So that's why you have to talk about, you know, the virus, which has a very real and immediate impact on everyone, but then sort of the very long-term impact of your economy collapsing. And it's not just our country either, as everyone around the world relies on everyone doing business. And America is a big consumer market. I mean, we buy a lot of stuff over here. So it's like, if people over here aren't buying anything, it's just going to affect like the whole world. The whole world's not going to be selling anything. And you're going to have people who are in poor countries who rely on wealthier countries buying stuff to give them jobs, and they don't have like social safety nets, and they're definitely going to starve, right? So yeah, it's a difficult question. I heard the last thing I heard is that he wants to open the economy by May 1st. That's what I last heard. I think what you could do, I don't think it'll be effective. So let's say Donald Trump says, okay, let's open up the economy May 1st. And the Democrats will blame him for doing everything wrong no matter what, because that's their job, because they don't want him in power, they want to be in power. But let's say he announces, all right, we're open for business, it's May 1st. I don't think people will actually care. I think people will be like, I'm not going out. I think that there has been a permanent change to society because of the virus that the West has never seen before. So even if you got Donald Trump saying, oh yeah, we're open for business again, most people, especially the people who are strongly affected by the coronavirus, that would be the elderly, maybe people who are obese, right? Like they have studies out now that show fat people are dying to the coronavirus much faster than people who are in shape. So if you're out of shape, you're unhealthy, maybe you're old, you don't care if Donald Trump says your things are back open for business. You're still going to do everything you can to social distance and have a mask and stay at home and wash your hands as if you had a compulsive washing your hands disorder. It's not going to matter. So he can say whatever he wants, and the Democrats will attack him as if he personally killed everyone. Obviously, he didn't. The whole thing got pretty much the whole world about the same, right? In fact, I heard America's death rates are significantly lower than Italy and Spain. When you go to this is really frustrating. When you go to like the news websites, or you see all these explosive, eye-catching clickbait titles, America surpasses Italy in deaths, right? But the actual per capita death rate in America is, I think, 6 times lower than what they had in Italy. So when you compare the number of people who got the coronavirus to the number of people who got it in Italy, it's like 6 times lower, the death rate. So we're doing actually not too bad over here. When you compare, obviously when people die, it's sad. So I'm not trying to discredit that. I'm just saying that we're doing much better than we thought we would do. hell we would do. And again, he can say, yes, we're open for business May 1st, and probably healthy people who are desperate to get back to work are going to go out there and be like, all right, I'm going to do some stuff, but even they're not going to be excited to go get the virus. Like my wife and I, we could go back out, but we're comfortable being in isolation. We don't have any rush at all to go get coronavirus. My opinion, it doesn't really matter what Donald Trump says. It's not going to play a big role. Probably what will play a big role... Oh, nice. He grabbed me. Probably what will play a big role is... Oh, look at that. He's healing me. Isn't this move awesome? God, that's cool. Probably what will play a big role is when actual cures for corona come out and actual, the vaccines that everyone's probably half nervous about because they're like, are we making the vaccine too fast? Is it going to give me brain cancer or something? That's the problem when you develop something like a vaccine too quickly. The real long-term effects they're just hard to know. You're basically all being guinea pigs, right? So society is going to be a guinea pig, and you're going to hope that everything just happens to work out well. But once people announce that there's a vaccine available or maybe a good treatment plan available for if you have coronavirus, that's when the economy will actually start to see a turnaround. And you'll probably see a lot of adaptation to the kind of like the new reality, if you want to call it that, where everyone's scared of getting coronavirus. You know what I would like to see? So restaurants are probably one of the most damaged industries. So many people are going to lose their jobs in restaurants, restaurant owners and all that. But what I would like to see is maybe like restaurants where the focus is on food sanitation. And they're like, yeah, we have a system where, we quickly and easily make sure your food has no chance of coronavirus on it, and then we deliver it to your door. So right now, when there's a lot of problems in society, there's also a lot of opportunities. And what you will see is businesses who are not prepared for the crash because they had no cash saved up, because they were just heavy on debt. You're going to see they're going to really struggle. You're going to see certain industries like the travel industry and the restaurant industry are just going to be in probably a very long collapse. They're not going to return, in my opinion, anytime soon. Oh, nice. We got the Raging Heart. Wait, that's not the right one. Is Raging Heart just from the regular Raging? But anyways, I think you're going to see it stay collapsed for a long time. And people are going to start shifting into new job roles. And my outlook for the economy is not good. In the long run, I think the economy is going to shrink around the world for a while. And maybe in 2 years, you will see it beating where it used to be. I think it's going to be similar to 2008. I don't have a good outlook for it. All right, so we're done with that. Let's see if we can craft Raging Brachydios armor. Angel says, can you tell me the session ID? Here it is. Session ID. Actually, Salute just showed it to you. 1 in 8 people here are unemployed now, here according to the numbers. Yeah, and people are going to realize how dangerous that is. All right, so coronavirus is wiping out people who had heart conditions, lung conditions, they're obese. It's wiping out the elderly pretty fast because when you get old, your immune system apparently just becomes significantly weaker, and it is just ravaging them. What people don't understand is while they're ravaged, our economy is taking on some of probably the worst just collapses that we've seen in a while. Nobody's doing anything. You're not traveling, you're not eating out, you're not buying toys, you're not doing anything. You're not going on vacations. You're not visiting friends. You're not going to the football field, the football games. You're not going to the rock stars. It's all shut down. People are underappreciating how bad that's about to be. When you stop buying stuff, people stop selling stuff. When people stop selling stuff, they don't have any money to buy stuff with. So they can't employ anyone. It's going to be real bad, in my opinion. For a long time, I think it's going to be bad. Whoa! Let me turn this down real fast. I didn't realize I was up so loud.
Mr. Economy Man.
Hey there.
How do you like the Raging Brachy armor with the aqua shot for sticky ammo? Bless you. By the way, I appreciate a calm voice in these troubling times.
Calm voice? I'm freaking out. Ah! No, I'm just kidding. Here, let me open up your question again. I'm going to open it up on Streamlabs so I can reread it. Yeah, I think everyone's just wanting to know what'll happen, and I've been watching so much content related to finance, especially, more than anything else, but also the news. Those are my 2 favorite things to watch. So, Birdie says, How do you like Raging Bracky armor with the Aqua Shot for sticky ammo? That's a great question. I don't think I use it. I'm pretty sure I still use... No, you can actually use Agitator 7. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't think I've used the Aqua Shot ever since I got the Beast Buster because Beast Buster is just so powerful, and I prefer heavy bowguns anyways. So I don't have a strong opinion on it either way, but it's probably making sticky ammo even better. He says, "Bless you, by the way. I appreciate a calm voice in these troubling times." I think another thing that will happen with the coronavirus is people will get bored of it. Isn't that weird? People will actually get bored of hearing, so and so died in the corona virus outbreak, and you'll be like, oh no, that sucks, and you'll be like, what now, right? People will just get tired of hearing about who died, the numbers, and then you will stop and you'll think, do I know anyone who died from coronavirus? And you're gonna go, oh wait, I don't know anyone who died. Or you'll be like, my cousin's mother died. But I don't know anyone who's died. My wife doesn't know anyone who's died. None of my siblings have been affected. And the reason for that is because not in all places in the world, but here in America, the death rate's actually been pretty low. And so you have like 97% of the population, 97, that's most of the population, just in total lockdown, not living like you used to, not going out, not eating out, not going, like I said, not going to the movies, not going to the games, not spending your money, not buying any toys, you're not going to work, you're just sitting at home getting fat and old. You're going to be like, frick this, man, I'm tired of hearing about corona and I want to go outside. And maybe you just avoid people a little more when you go outside. But yeah, people are going to get tired of it pretty fast, I think. I think people are going to get bored. Westfire says, what stock should I buy? Petroleum. Westfire, you have no idea. Of all the content I watched in the last 2 months, that is the most content I watched. And I bought in on the oil stocks. That is the truth. I bought in on them. I was lucky enough to buy in on them when they bottomed out. That was just a little bit after they announced that Saudi Arabia and Russia were having a price war with the oil. And so I bought in to Chevron after doing some research on which American oil company was going to handle the recession best. And after a bit of research, Chevron was my choice. And actually, I've already seen like a massive return from it, because once it bottomed out, people are like, these stock are underpriced for the oil, and it bounced back up. Now the question is, will it stay like that? Are we going to have a pretty fast recovery, or is it going to be a slow recovery? I actually still believe it's a slow recovery. That being said, OPEC, which is kind of like, how do I describe OPEC? OPEC is like all these countries that aren't American that sell oil, the big ones. They get together and they make decisions about how to set the market for oil. Well, they finally sat down and they reached an agreement. This will very likely bump up the value of oil stock Monday morning, which it'll be in about 6 hours for me. Well, we're already in Monday, but I mean, like, the stock market's going to open soon. And I'm probably going to see myself make, I don't know, maybe like $500 this morning, if I had to guess. So I bought in to the oil companies when I heard that they fell to really, really low levels. And there's still companies you could buy into. It's all very tricky. What I would look out for, though, don't get too hyped about buying into stock. Be a net buyer of stock. Don't just, oh man, I'm going to predict the market. Anytime you try to predict the market, in my opinion, you're going to lose. The best strategy to buying stock is to just be a net buyer of stock, which means that over your lifetime, whether it's high, whether it's low, you just buy in. Doesn't matter. Do you want a little extra cash to buy in when it's low? Maybe you want to buy in a little more when it's low. So like, even if you bought in right now, if the stock market continued to fall, at least you didn't buy in when it's at the very peak, right? So it was at the peak and then it fell. Well, so now it's not a bad time to buy in. If you believe it's going to continue to fall, you can wait. If you're wrong, you're going to miss out on the lower prices. But again, the trick is to not try to predict the market. The trick is probably to just be a net buyer of stock. I don't know, it's an interesting thing. I'm into Pokemon card investing. Have you guys seen my other YouTube channel? I'm going to show you guys my other YouTube channel real fast. So I've also been investing a lot in Pokemon cards, and you would think that that's not such a clever idea, or maybe you think that's kind of odd. I have a few cards I bought in for $700 that sell for $4,000 now. So to tell you the truth, I've made quite a lot of money in Pokemon cards. Let me see. Name of my channel. If you're in the Discord server, you've probably seen me post every now and then when I go live on the card channel. Here we are. Oops. So I left you a link to the Pokemon card channel. You can subscribe over there if you want to talk about card investment. I consider Pokemon cards like an alternative asset. And I think they're actually, right now, I think that Pokemon cards are undervalued. And I think that will change. I think it already is changing. And I did more and more, the more research I do on alternative assets, the more excited I actually get for Pokemon cards. And the reason for that is because I feel like not a lot of people were aware of them. And so it's kind of like this point where there's still time to get in and kind of see a large appreciation in your investments over there. You see what I'm saying? So like with the stock market, there's a lot of old men who have been investing in the stock market for a long time. They've been doing it for a while. And it's hard to get wealthy in the stock market precisely because they've been doing it so long. There's not as many opportunities in there. I'm just going to use this build. It's a terrible build. We're going to get some more Raging Brachydios armor. How's it going, Zeus? He says hi. So in my opinion, similar to baseball cards and Magic the Gathering cards, if you got into collecting those cards early on, you got rich later when the cards really appreciated in value. I think that the Pokemon cards are on an upward slope, and they're starting to reach a point where a lot of people like me who were playing Pokemon in the 90s have a point where they've got disposable income. This is going to be when Pokemon cards kind of shoot off, in my opinion, just based on the age of everyone. You played Pokemon cards in the 90s, you graduated, you've got your home now, and you've been working for a little while, and you go, oh yeah, I love Pokemon. And you start buying cards again, and this drives up the value of the cards real fast. And Pokemon's not going anywhere, which is the nice thing. You had the Pokemon movie, you had the latest game came out that was criticized quite a lot, correctly in my opinion, but it was actually still a huge hit, sold like crazy. So you're still got a lot of young people coming into the hobby, and you got a bunch of older people like me who are buying into the hobby right now. I think that this is a point in the card history where, there's a lot of money to be made, surprisingly. Like I said, when I started about 9 months ago, I was buying some cards for like $500, and I felt really crazy. The same card goes for like $4,000 now. I couldn't believe it. I was like, Jesus Christ. Turned out the cards were really rare, the ones I were buying, and when the demand started realizing, when it started coming about, the cards I had picked just blew up in value, and I'm just going to hold on to them. True Sided says, believe it or not, Magic was good for a while, but then the shops would buy the cards, took a premium of 60%, plus the only way to make money was online super businesses. Yeah, well, basically what you're talking about, True Sided, is a bunch of investors who are real smart, and they track everything, and they've been investing probably in Magic for years. You're saying that they make it harder for maybe an amateur to come in and make money off of them. And what I'm saying is Pokemon's kind of at that point where you can still be an amateur, figure it out, and make a little money, and it will probably not last. So I have a few very strategic investments in the stock market, especially right after the crash. And then I have quite a bit of an investment in Pokemon cards. I bought quite a position in them just by doing a lot of analysis. So I started collecting the cards, what was it, like 9 months ago now? I believe it's 9 months ago. It's been almost a full year. And I have learned so much so fast. I've been studying gold and silver. Almost every single day I study gold and silver. And gold and silver is considered an alternative asset, and I study baseball cards as well. So I study all three of those, and I'm surprised so little people talk about collecting cards, basically, because there's not a lot of things to buy in life if you think about it. You have your house, you got your technology, you got to be able to pay for your side chick, and then after that, what is there to buy in life? Better looking clothing? I think that people are moving away from like clothing and maybe luxury cars, and they're moving away from, designer brand stuff. And I think a lot of people are going to move into trying to be financially smarter than their parents and their grandparents, and they're going to start moving into thinking more about investment and how to become wealthy and have your money really work for you. I think because the world is becoming so much more globalized and competitive, it's harder to become wealthy and in the middle class, that people will just become better educated. And I think that you'll see, in my opinion, the desire to invest in fun things like cards will definitely grow, especially because YouTube as well. So like in the past, nobody really knew that these cards existed. Like you knew about them when they came out, but 10 years in, you're like, oh yeah, the Pokemon cards, those were a thing, right? But now we have YouTube, and you can be like, oh shit, that was my favorite card. And these guys can show off the card on YouTube, and it kind of draws you in. You realize, damn, I want one of those. So YouTube's going to be a game changer as well for collecting collectible cards like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, baseball cards. YouTube's going to be a big part of it because it's going to provide you the ability to show off what you own, but also the ability to see what other people own, like maybe the person who you're watching, and become jealous of that and realize you want it. So YouTube's a huge, it's like a technological change for that sort of, I don't want to call it a field, but yeah, basically the field of investing in alternative assets. Greatsword build, all you need, what? Raw damage and focus skill, that's right. True Sighted says, been collecting cards all my life. Sweet. Yeah, so if, oh, I'm going to try and help Finna here. I've only been doing it for 9 months, and I have made some spectacular purchases. Really good ones. And I'm dead. Whoops. I've made some really good purchases. Probably for those of you who are at all familiar with the Pokemon cards, maybe some of you listening are. There's an old set called the Rocket set, and it had a card in it called Dark Blastoise. I bought 2 of them. I bought one for 1,000 and one for, it was either 500 or 700. I bought it so long ago I can't remember. Might have been 500 though. And back then when I was buying it, I thought I was, oh, we're losing some connection here. What? Here, let me try closing down Discord. Maybe this will help. I'm sorry, there appears to be some lag right now. Hopefully that clears up in a minute. I think that I have a feeling that the internet companies throttle my internet at night. Hold on. Okay, that's looking better. It looks like it cleared up. So yeah, I bought a $700 and a $1,000 for the same card. So I bought 2 of them, and they're both worth roughly $4,000 now. And that was in the course of about 9 months. That's maybe the craziest part, is just how quickly it appreciated in value. Because if you're in the stock market, every about 7 years you see your money double. That's roughly the estimate. Sometimes you do a little bit better, sometimes, well, hopefully you always do a bit better. But yeah, you see your money double in about 7 years. In this case, I saw my money like triple in a few months. It is just really shocking. I was like, wow, why is there so much opportunity on Pokemon cards? And I think basically it's because I'm in it in the right time. It was like what I was saying. A lot of people who were in the 90s, they forgot about the card collecting. It was a huge hit back then, but they forgot about it. And they've got money now, and Pokemon's still well loved. Pokemon the franchise is doing extremely well. And you've got these cards that are now 20 years old. People always joked that the cards would be valuable someday. And here it is. Today is someday. It's been a while. It's been 20 years. And the cards are going for tons of money, man. It's really wild. Made a lot of fun collector friends, too, over on that channel. Deathsnake says, who is your ISP? I know my old one definitely throttled my connection late at night. So I have Spectrum, and Spectrum has been hot garbage the whole way. Spectrum has not been, I'm not a fan of them. There's never been a point where I felt like I haven't had internet problems. It's just the whole time, basically. RPG fan says, me sitting in Germany and at 9 p.m. but still didn't sleep for 29 hours. Me asking what you mean? What? Wrathful Gaming says, I really hope that they bring Elytra on dual blades because he doesn't have any dual blades. Any recommendations to get Mighty Bow? Yes, I have a whole video on how to farm Mighty Bow. I released it maybe like a week and a half ago. So if you haven't seen my Mighty Bow decoration farm, go watch that. I've been collecting Pokemon cards my whole life up until 3 years ago and then started collecting Magic cards, and I'm considering selling the Pokemon cards for a new PC. Well, and you know, if you do, you probably make a nice little profit on some of the cards, depending on how you stored them and, you know, if they were graded. Oh man, this song has like this... I'm listening to a Nine Inch Nails song, and it has like this effect to it where he causes your ears to ring. It's really weird. Comcast has been terrible for me on the West Coast. They'll appreciate in value, but are people actually paying that high of a price? Yes, they absolutely are. I recently sold 2 cards, one for 1,200 and the other for 1,000. And on that Pokemon card channel, I sold off nearly $5,000 of Gym 2 Japanese booster packs in the span of 2 live streams, which was about 4 hours. It took me about 4 hours to sell off $5,000 of Japanese Gym 2 booster packs. So people are absolutely spending money on this. I'm gonna go ahead and heal this guy. Woo! And in the past, I sold a $4,000 booster box of Team Rocket. And, you know, the thing is, with my most expensive cards, I actually don't even want to sell them. I'm just going to sit on them and see if they continue to appreciate. Wow, I don't have both camps over here either. GC, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Good hunting. Comcast is the only major option here. Unfortunately, the others haven't made it. Just came back to Monster World and got Iceborne since my friends who got me to play Destiny. I feel like I missed out on so much. Yeah, there's been a few new things. Thanks to your guides, just got into Guiding Lands after 24 hours and saw your updated tip on Guiding Lands that explains why my level wasn't going up. What controls the prices of the Pokemon cards, the rarity or the meta in pro tournaments? That's a terrific question, Rules. So one of the things I've been learning a lot in Silver and Gold is that there's kind of like, there's a buyer's demand for the gold and there's a seller's demand. So the sellers will set a price that they would like to sell their gold at, and whether or not this is the correct price will depend on if somebody's willing to actually buy it at that price. And what I've found is that you can actually use websites like eBay to pretty accurately figure out roughly what the cards are valued at. And that's because you have a pretty good history of which cards have sold, and you have a good history of what price they sold at. And then you have a list of the same card that's available for sale. So you can see all that information on a very large website like eBay. And this is a very good like price setter for the cards. The cards are sold person to person. It's not really done by any large company. So the buyers and the sellers are setting the price, and you can just kind of consider there's probably a little bit of a difference between what the buyers would like and the sellers would like, but it's not too bad actually. It's you know, if a card recently sold, let's say for $1,000, and the buyer asks for 1,200, what I've found is that very often the fact that the previous one sold for 1,000 will actually cause people to buy the next one at 1,200. You don't see a lot of cards depreciate in price. That's my point. I had another card. I had a modern card I bought, a modern Pokemon card. It was a modern Charizard. Okay, so he's from a set from like 2 years ago maybe. So he's not old at all. And I bought him at $780, and he's trading at 1,250 now. That's almost $500, right? He's trading at 1,250. There's one available. The cheapest one available is 1,250 now. So I could go in and offer mine for like 1,100 and be the cheapest seller and still make like $300 profit just from flipping the card. But I don't even want to flip the card. I'm just going to sit on it and wait for him to become older and rarer. Alright, nice job, guys. I'm not really helping too much on this. I'm just kind of playing wide range, talking to you guys, and playing wide range and still dying. What is your opinion on only heal and buff builds? I made a heal build and got criticized for it. The one who criticized died twice after I switched to damage build. Oh, heal builds are terrific. Today, especially though, I'm paying a lot of attention to the chat, and I'm not paying so much attention to the game. So you will just see me do a lot of healing and probably not a lot of damage. In general, though, if you're going to play the healer, you want to try and use a weapon that it has a lot of leftover room to build wide range once you've optimized your damage, and that way you can heal and deal damage. God Money's not looking for the cure. Oh, head like a hole. Head like a hole. True Sighted says, I've never given Pokemon cards much thought. I'll have to check them out. Yeah, I don't know about Magic, and I don't know about Baseball because I don't buy either of those. What I do know is I learn a lot about the concepts in those, you know, the buying and the selling concepts in those areas, but I don't know the market very well because I don't go in and I don't buy the individual cards. But I can tell you, I've made a lot of good deals on the Pokemon cards. All right. So we want the chest now, huh? Man, I'd love to have someone running heal builds. What's your favorite first-gen starter Pokemon? That was a question I got over on my other channel just the other day. I'm not a big fan of any of the basic starters. My favorite starter Pokemon, you could probably say, was Abra back then. Pazazzi says Democrats and Europeans are so hypocritical with 90% of their criticism of Trump, especially in COVID-19, and I'm not even a Trump supporter. I think more and more people see that, Pazazzi, that the hatred for him, and he has a personality that a lot of people find distasteful. I totally get that, right? He doesn't actually seem that smart. Trump, he uses simple words. He's constantly bragging, and he's just very sassy. So people don't like him for that. Totally get that. But he just gets accused for literally everything, and the amount of hate for him is kind of gross. It honestly is. It's kind of annoying, actually. Like, there was a video I was watching. It was on TikTok, and it was an interviewer who was going around. This is real. I was watching this just the other day, and he was going around asking people what they would rather see. Would they rather see the coronavirus last longer and Donald Trump loses the election, or would they rather see the coronavirus get cured right away and Donald Trump wins the election? And all over, people were saying we'd rather see the coronavirus last longer and Donald Trump loses. So people don't even care. They just hate him so blindly that they don't even care about, are people dying? Are we just solving problems as effectively as possible? They hate him. They don't really care about. In my opinion, there's plenty of people who are not loyal to the country. This is a horrible thing. I've had time to think about it. All these concepts like nationalism. People are afraid that nationalism will lead to the rise of like a far right, totalitarian, fascism, all this kind of stuff, right? People are afraid of that, and I totally get that, right? We've got a lot of history on it, but at the same time, you can't just hate your country. I think that's toxic in its own way. I think hating your country will lead to a different kind of collapse, and a sort of civil war almost. So I watched that. It disgusted me. I don't know how people can feel that way. Yes, of course, coronavirus should be defeated as fast as possible, and people are awful. They just hate him so blindly, and it's going to backfire on them. It doesn't make sense. When you hate somebody that much, it does not look attractive. It doesn't make me go, oh man, I can't wait to be a Democrat. Not that I'm excited for Democrats at all. I've watched a lot of content that is analyzing Joe Biden's speech patterns. That guy is so lost right now. He is so into dementia right now. There's no way. I don't understand how the Democrats chose him. So if I was a Democrat right now, I'd be like, what the frick are we doing, guys? Why did we pick Joe Biden? This guy is clearly not all here, but we still chose him? It doesn't make any sense. And probably because your only other options were all pretty shitty. I mean, you had Bernie Sanders. A lot of people don't want the country to turn into heavy socialism. For those of you who didn't know this about America, maybe I have a big European audience tonight because, well, it's the middle of the night. America has a lot of socialism. We have socialized healthcare. It is, I think, our actual biggest expenditure in our federal spending is social healthcare. One of the problems is our healthcare is too expensive, and they need to figure out how to bring the price down. But we actually already spend, most of our federal spending gets spent on social healthcare. So we have a mix of capitalism and socialism like all first world countries do, and a lot of the debate kind of is about how much should we have. Should we have more socialism? Should we change the system? And a lot of the questions are, how do we bring the price of healthcare down? And people have differing opinions on that. Bernie Sanders, for example, he just wants to eliminate private healthcare and turn it into government healthcare. So that's kind of his big idea. And I guess the Democrats decided they didn't want this, and I kind of agree with this. I think that private industry, even though they're driven by profit, which everyone is very annoyed by, I'm annoyed by that. I wish that the healthcare companies weren't driven by profit. But it's also a reality. When you have something driven by profit, it's more likely you're going to get smart people in there looking for a return on their time and investment, and they're going to work hard, and they're going to try and create a solution for society, but you're also going to have to pay them for it. Because otherwise they're going to go into banking, or they're going to go into some other field like technology, and guess what? Then you don't have genius scientists working on cures. That's my opinion. You guys could try to convince me I'm wrong. You could say, no, a government can force your smartest people to go work on a cure. Or you could try to say something like, smart people will try to work on a cure for strictly altruistic reasons, which I don't think is fully inaccurate. Oh man, I died right away. I don't think it's fully inaccurate, but I think it. The problem is when you talk about geniuses, you're talking about the tippy top of intelligent, innovative, and hard-working people. And the question is, can you capture those people and get them to come work on this rather than something else? And I start to wonder. I feel like the smartest people tend to want profit. So it's really tough. But Bernie Sanders, he wanted to make it a system where the government runs your healthcare. If you're familiar with like the Postal Service, the U.S. Postal Service has been failing for years. It's been struggling the whole time to stay afloat. They're constantly talking about having to shut down certain aspects of it because they get defeated by FedEx and they get defeated by UPS and other companies like Amazon. Despite having the power of the U.S. government behind them, they're just not well run. That's because the U.S. government generally doesn't pay as much as the private sector. And that, again, that's the issue here with the healthcare. So do you really want the government to run it? Is hard to say because the U.S. government has not been that great, in my opinion. I don't think people in America trust the American government that well. Think about the DMV. Maybe you guys have some great DMVs, but the DMVs are almost famously bad in America. They're like famous movies, TV shows, all depict the, not the Postal Service, the DMV as being like this thing where a bunch of people hate you for coming in and needing your license plates changed, right? It's this really terrible service, outdated, no technology, the worst kind of workers. They don't give two craps about you. You're just another number to them. And that would be who's running your healthcare system if we went to probably a government-run healthcare system. Maybe I'm wrong about that. You can try to convince me I'm wrong about that, but it's one of the reasons why people didn't want the government to run healthcare, and it's probably one of the major reasons why Bernie Sanders didn't go further. So if Bernie Sanders said only the stuff about billionaires, oh, I hate billionaires, which I don't hate billionaires, but if he had only said that stuff and he didn't want to turn the healthcare companies into a public, oh man, we lost another person. If he didn't want that, he might have had a better shot at winning, I think, because he wants such a drastic change. I don't think America's ready for such a drastic change. Nice. Anyways, so that was Bernie Sanders, who I think was the other strongest candidate. Elizabeth Warren was like diet Bernie Sanders, but then I think she lost a lot of credibility later on in the elections when she accused Bernie Sanders, somebody on her own team, of saying women couldn't win elections. I think when she said that, that was the nail in the coffin for her. I think she was already kind of an unpopular choice just because, to be honest, I don't think everyone agrees with having a female leader. We're not allowed to say that either. I don't think everyone cares for it. But also, besides that, right, that's her whole argument. Like, oh, you won't vote for me because I'm a woman. Well, Bernie Sanders is an actual Democrat, and I highly doubt that he said that. He denies saying it. So he's lying or she's lying, and I actually think she's lying. And the reason why it worked so poorly for her is because before she believed that she was like Indian or whatever, and then she even tried to have a DNA test to prove it, and it turned out she definitely wasn't Indian. Or a Native American, I'm sorry. And so when she comes out and she says, well, Bernie Sanders is a bad guy because he says women can't win, it makes you go, well, this is why women can't win, because you run on this platform where the most important aspect of your campaign is that you're a woman and that you're a victim. You're a victim of men not liking you. Like, just shut up and, host your campaign and tell us why you're going to be the best leader. And when you start complaining about, oh, you're a sexist, you turn everyone off, and you don't really win people to your side, but then also, you're probably lying. When Bernie Sanders said he didn't say that, I believe him. Bernie Sanders is a terrible opponent to try and say that against, because he's way too consistent, and he seems way too honest to have said something like, it just seems awful, right? So, Elizabeth Warren might have been a strong candidate if she hadn't done her whole I'm a Native American thing, even though she's clearly very white. If she hadn't done that, if she hadn't accused Bernie Sanders of saying women can't win elections, she might have had a much stronger showing. And then who else did we have? Oh, I'm trying to remember. You had the one guy who always started his conversations in Spanish, which I don't know why you would do that. I think that's a terrible choice. America is still majority English speaking. And there's a very difficult issue of illegal immigration. And so it's like if you were running for a French government, but you started by speaking in, I don't know, Arabic or something. All right, we're going to get the Arabic vote. Like, that's great, but this is France, right? You know what I mean? So it's kind of a little bit like that. I think that wasn't too clever for him. What was his name? Beto O'Rourke? Beto O'Rourke, man. And then there was the other guy too. There was Castro was his name? Last name Castro? Dude, that guy was so creepy. It was the guy who said something along the. He said women. He said men can have babies too. I think that's what he said. I believe his last name was Castro, like literally Castro. And it's just not just a terrible last name, but he was so creepy. He had like this creepy freaking smile. It looked so arrogant. The smile did. But then all the subjects he talks about is constantly about victimhood and minorities, and America is so racist. It's such a negative messaging. It's hard to rally around this constant identity politics, which is essentially what it is. So you had Beto O'Rourke, you had Castro. Who else did you have? You had some like really forgettable faces out there, like the guy from Washington. I think there was a guy from California too, who we forgot about. There was the guy from De Blasio from New York. He's just really boring. Who else? Who was a strong candidate? I'm trying to remember. Were there any strong candidates besides Bernie, Warren? Oh, Michael Bloomberg. Oh man, I feel like the Democrats really missed the boat on Michael Bloomberg. Do you guys remember when they were having the only debate that Michael Bloomberg was in? And he says something along the lines of, the difference between me and all of you guys is I've actually started a business. No, he says something like, how many of you guys on this stage have started a business? So he's a successful billionaire who runs a business, right? Oh no, did I just get thrown off? How does that work? I guess you have to be holding right trigger before the jump comes out. Anyways, he's right though. You know, your whole government is run by these people who decide how the economy is going to turn out with fiscal policy, and none of them have run a business. None of them have run a business. And here's a guy who's a extremely successful businessman. And why don't we like him? Because Elizabeth Warren said something clever about him and the ladies who accused him of sexism at his business. It's like, this is why you will fail to be a powerful country, is when that becomes more important than having a successful business. And it's a tough reality in my opinion. It is. But people are so sensitive and beta and weak and pathetic. It's like, man, you can't be that way. Like, you can be that way at college. You can't be that way in the real world. China doesn't care if you're sexist. China cares if you make the most money. China doesn't care. You know, here's a funny test for you guys. China's our biggest competitor right now economically. They're the second largest economy in the world, beating out most of the Europe is defeated by China's, heavy manufacturing, and they're doing a lot with technology. They wanted the UK I believe it was the UK to use their 5G network. They're saying, hey, we'll give you masks if you just make us the provider of internet in your country, right? Really, really awful stuff. They're the Communist Party, and they are laser focused on winning, laser focused on becoming the world power. And let me ask you guys a fun question. There's probably Democrats in here, there's probably conservatives in here in this chat room listening. So let's say you're the head of the Chinese Communist Party and you have one job. Your job is to make China the most powerful economy in the world. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is going to most contribute toward becoming the world superpower? Will it be your epic respecting of women and forcing women to be on the board of directors in every company and making sure that you pay attention to women's rights and feminism in the Communist Party? Or will it just be a strict observation of production of goods, services, technology, right? Which one's going to do it? Which one's going to make you the world superpower economically? A focus on feminism or focus on production? And the answer is obvious. This is why you don't actually see the Communist Party of China talk a lot about feminism. They don't care. But so you have candidates in America who are strictly about like identity politics, and feminism is a big deal for Elizabeth Warren, and oh my gosh, we need to speak Spanish because we have a lot of illegal immigrants who speak Spanish, and we need to give them, whatever citizenship, the ability to vote. There's all this concern about it, all this talk about it. You have China right on your tail. China's right on your tail, trying so hard to become the world superpower. We're talking about all this other stuff. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. I'm alive. Talking about all this other stuff, and I'm not saying you can only do one or the other, but I'm saying I think that the Democrats kind of go too far. You know what I mean? Bloomberg's like, hey, we can do both. We can be more business oriented, and we can have some identity politics where we serve maybe like the poor, who maybe maybe the rich don't pay enough taxes. I don't know what Michael Bloomberg was necessarily going to introduce because we barely got to hear about him. Well, he gets flushed out of the race right away by Elizabeth Warren because he ran a multi-billion-dollar company and some women had like whatever, some, what do they call those, private mediated disputes against him. I can't remember what those are called. And they agree to accept $1 million and then they don't tell on you, something like that, right? So you're going to shut this guy out from being a world leader in your party. You're going to have Joe Biden instead. You have Joe Biden. You have Joe Biden instead because Elizabeth Warren, who's very sure that she's like an American, Native American, and Bernie Sanders doesn't like her because she's a woman, she claims, and she's going to shut down a legit, potential leader for your country all over that. I don't know what to tell the Democrat Party. Now you're stuck with Joe Biden, and it's like, well, this is kind of your own fault a little bit. You had like one really solid candidate, and you threw him out. I would have been open-minded to voting for. I would have been open-minded to voting for Bloomberg. I really would have. Anyways, let me see what you guys are talking about. Cameron says, what's Gameconomist's political stance? My political stance is that the free market is not pro-woman, is not pro-immigrant, it's not pro-anything. The free market only asks what you're good at. And so the free market is actually very not racist. It only asks you what your skills are. So I want to get all identity politics out of business, out of education, out of everything, right? We have like affirmative action. I want to get rid of affirmative action. You just have to be the smartest. That's what you need in order to get into a U.S. school. It doesn't have to do anything with the color of your skin. You just have to be a hard worker. It doesn't have anything to do with what's between your legs. It doesn't have to do anything with the color of your skin. That's the best path forward for our economy and for being productive. And the Democrats want pretty much the complete opposite of that. The Democrats want to make sure that if you're a woman, a company is forced to take you onto the board of directors. There's a quota, and they have to fulfill the quota. I think that that's I feel like that's at the heart of why identity politics will ultimately fail. I think it's a form of extremism, actually, similar to the way the alt-right leads to fascism. I think the alt-left leads to communism. So telling people you must take this person onto your board of directors, regardless of meritocracy, which is where they judge you on your skills rather than your sex and your race. I feel that basically the left is moving toward that, and is a really, really poor choice. And it'll cause China in a number of years to become the world's superpower. It'll be the number one economy in the world. The United States will be number two eventually. Not right away, but eventually. It's cute that you still think China is close to the U.S. in economy and global power terms. The U.S. has been behind for a while already, but on this side of the pond, we only hear Trump speak. I don't know what you meant by that, Modestro. I don't think China will overtake America right away, but I think over time, if America suffers maybe a decline in, I don't know, man, just a decline in serious leadership that focuses on productivity rather than identity politics. If America decides that people should be paid for doing nothing, they should just get more money. If America decides to scare away all the innovators and the billionaires who come here to run businesses, if you scare that all away, it is not impossible for China to overtake you over time. I think there's a lot of people in the country who hate America, and I don't think you can have that either. You can't have a successful country where primarily your citizens hate the country. They have to be loyal to the country. They have to love the country and they have to have a unified vision, and I don't think we have that in America pretty much at all. I think America's pretty much ready for a civil war, but people don't want to kill each other. So it's kind of like this quiet political civil war, like accusing Kavanaugh of being a rapist and all that stuff. Those are it's like a soft civil war. You know what I mean? It's a war of words, but it's gotten really, really bad. Let's go ahead and check and see if we can get this chest. At the moment China tries to take over Europe, USA is already behind China, says RPG Fan. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Straight says, we still are number one, the dope that said we weren't. Miss Elena says, yeah, Yang Gang. Andrew seemed like he was actually trying to solve. Oh, you're talking about Andrew Yang. I don't agree with Andrew Yang either. Actually, I think Andrew Yang said a lot of things that continue to be very racist. Uh, no, I don't agree with Andrew Yang at all. His concept of UBI might be a good idea. I don't know, like 50 years from now. We don't actually have artificial intelligence. You guys know that, right? We don't actually have artificial intelligence. It's not here. Most jobs are still done by humans. Accounting, doctors, lawyers, nurses, this is done by humans. It's not done by robots. When we have robots that are so smart, they start to replace, your doctors and your lawyers. You can talk about UBI, but I would say even in that case, what you would want to see is humans capable of shifting into new fields, and maybe just a more progressive tax rate on the wealthy. But that's about it. And when it comes to the tax rate on the wealthy, you're still in a competition with the world. You don't live in a bubble. You don't live in a vacuum, I mean. So your tax rate on the wealthy has to kind of match what other countries are doing. You can't really be above it, because then the wealthy will say, well, why am I starting? Now more than ever, it's easy to move between countries. And you would say, well, why am I not just doing this over there in that country over there? All right, here's the Raging Bracadillos chess point. Feels like a lot of Democrats emphasize too much on bashing rich. Yeah. Ryan says the point of America is to allow differing opinions. Oh, I agree. GB Thor says, what are you guys' thoughts of Trump's new health law that says the people over the age of 80 will not receive the aid from one of those breathing machines? I've never heard of that. Dominic says, no more political parties. The parties need to work together instead of being so against each other. It's always going to occur. The political parties are a reflection of the people. And it's actually the people that are so against each other. It's not just the politicians, it's the actual people. So there are liberal Americans and conservative Americans who absolutely, really ideologically hate each other. Not even close. Feminism, in my opinion. So if you guys want to know some of my personal opinions on politics, I think that feminism is probably the most destructive ideology of all. Of all of them, I think that feminism's the most destructive. I've had a lot of time to think about it. Did I just receive a donation? Oh, hey, that was Melanie. Thank you so much, Melanie. I have a very deep problem with feminism, and it's based not on necessarily my feelings, is based more on how I see nature and reality. I think that when you reduce the value of motherhood in your country, you actually destabilize the family unit. And when the family unit goes away in your country, you do not have a new generation of healthy babies. When you no longer have a generation of healthy babies, the whole country unwinds. So my realization is that before you talk about your tech job at Google, before you talk about this and that, you need men who are providers for children and women who will be mothers. You have to have that. It's not like an option. It's not like a religious option. It's not a this is what I like, the color red, you like the color blue. It's not like that. This is a fact of nature. You have to have children, healthy children, roughly 3 children per 2 men and women, because maybe one of the children dies in a car wreck or whatever, dies early. Maybe they're born not capable of having children, right? 2 men and women have to have 3 children. So feminism destroys this because it basically tells women, you're a man now. That's how I personally feel about it. I think the overall feeling that feminism gives you is that you're a man, but also it tells you need to go out and get a job. No, your job needs to be, you need to be a mother. And then once you've had 3 children, you can go out and get a job. If you don't have 3 children, the country unwinds. You don't see it. You don't see it right away. You see it maybe, 1 generation, big deal. 2 generations, big deal. When you start getting 3 and 4 generations in, you'll realize your country is on a steep decline. And I think Japan will actually see this issue. They're trying to automate things, right? And I think this has helped it. But I think the other thing that countries do, they import tons of immigrants to replace the receding population. And this is not necessarily a good thing for your country. I think that it turns your country into a marketplace. And I have thought about whether or not countries should just be marketplaces. I really don't think they should. I don't think that people will be loyal to just money, right? Money's not a rallying cry for anyone. Why do you love America? Oh, money. I get more money here. Would you die for America? No, I'm just here for the money. See, that's exactly the problem that you have. So people need to be here for the culture. They say, I love America's culture and the founding ideologies of the country. But I don't think people come to America for that. They go, well, okay, where can I go and make a lot of money? That is the wrong way to do immigration, in my opinion. It's kind of like if you were dating for money. So, oh, who am I going to date? She has money. Could you imagine dating a woman based on her money? And how long will that last? It just won't last very long. You'll actually resent her, especially if it turns out she doesn't have a lot of money. You'll really resent her. So it's a terrible way to date, and it's a terrible way to do immigration. It should not be based on money. It should be based on which culture you believe you agree with, and the people. Do you love the people? So, anyways, where was I going with all this? Oh, right. I believe that essentially feminism unravels the family unit. I really think it does. Feminism unravels the family unit. And it won't be noticed in 50 years how bad it is. In 100 years, I think you will see the real impact of destroying families, because you'll have a lot of broken people who don't know how to raise a family. You'll have a lot of broken women who don't know how to be mothers. You will have a lot of women who just never were mothers. You will just have a receding population that's importing a lot of poor people from around the world, but it turns out they don't share the values of your country. And essentially it will lead to almost like a civil war in your country, or your country will just accept new values, and maybe those will be the right values. I don't think they will be, especially for countries that were doing really well. The reason the country was doing really well was because you had the right values. When those values get overthrown, why would you continue to be powerful? I don't understand. So Papa Jeff says, your attitudes on women are so whack. Papa, I was exactly like you. I was 18 years old, fully a feminist, like, oh, women equal to men, right? All the, oh, we got to get them into jobs and stuff like that. I used to feel exactly like you. I don't feel like it at all. I'm 31 now. I actually feel a lot smarter than I used to be. A lot smarter. And maybe you will reach that conclusion someday as well. Woo, just gotta work. Yeet. Immigrants have needs. They don't give a frick about nationalism. Is this trolling? This is not trolling at all. Imagine not recognizing that good fathers can also raise good children. Oh, you're talking about fathers. No, fathers need to go out and be providers. That's a fact. Women need to stay home and have children. That's the other fact. They can get jobs, but if they don't, see, again, this goes back, it's not a, oh, I don't like women thing. I love women. But it was my realization. If you don't have women having children, you do not have a family. And when you don't have a family, the country unwinds. Simple as that. Simple as that. And basically, you'll be replaced by people who do have children. Okay? So like importing all the people from these other countries, it's ironic? They almost always have large families, the people who you import, because they still believe that women should be mothers. Feminism hates that idea. Basically, it punishes women for wanting to be mothers. It's a really dangerous ideology. Feminism equals civil war. Can you empirically prove this? Viet says, I wish it wasn't like that, but I've accepted that to be the truth. Straight says, LMAO, yeah, is whack because he's saying they should do exactly what they were made for. Shake my head, you simp. Jason says, I think women need to be respected more before the worst of feminism diminishes. Women should be able to feel they can depend on men. Well, and that's a big part of it too. So I think that, oh man, so we're delving into some really sensitive topics. So basically, I think that women in the past probably felt safer as mothers in the first place because men were sort of, I want to say, more civilized than they are today. I feel like men today are like dogs. They want women, maybe you just think that it's a game where you need to be the best womanizer. Ooh, you're winning if you've had a lot of sex and a lot of hot girlfriends, right? Maybe you're winning. But I feel that men in the past saw women as basically mothers, just like they had a mother. And it was your job to have children with her and to provide for the children as a father. And men today are like boys almost, and they're like, okay, can I have the good sex so I can come? Oh man, I'd love to come really hard right now. That's it for men today. It's a really pathetic way to be, in my opinion. You need to decide to be a father and a provider. And honestly, when men are providers, women feel like they don't need jobs. But if you're not a provider, they're going to feel like they need to be the provider. That's the truth. That's how women feel. So it means you have to work like crazy. You have to be willing to work like crazy and earn a lot of money and tell her, yeah, you can quit your job. I'll provide for you and the kids. So, if you were to say women today, don't have as good of a selection of men, I would say, yeah, men, in some regard, I think some men have gotten a little lazier and maybe a little softer. And I think part of that softness is becoming a feminist. So men today say, oh yeah, women should have jobs. My wife should have a job. She should work. I should work. I think that I'm guilty of this myself. I've had time to think about this. You know, I wanted a wife who would work. And I realize now, it's like, oh man, maybe I should have just been the provider and she should have been a mother first. So I've had a lot of time to think about this subject. But most of all, the core of my beliefs are coming from a realization that if you don't have a family unit, you do not have a country at all. You have to have a family unit to have a country. And in order for there to be a family unit, yes, women have to stay home and have children. And you could try to have, you know, like children while your wife works at the same time. If you guys are crazy hard workers, you might be able to pull it off. But only women can have children. Men can't have children. And I feel that men should be outperforming the women at work. They should be working harder. They should be going after jobs more aggressively. You should be pushing yourself to your limit, you know, like a soldier basically. And then you should be out having children with your wife who stays at home and takes care of your children. It took me a long time to conclude that, by the way. People are going to be, I can't believe you believe that. I believe in all the progressive stuff you did. You know, I'm college educated. For those of you who might be new to my YouTube channel, totally college educated, science degree. Had a lot of time to think about all this. I think one of the reasons why, oh man, we lost 2 people. Ooh, I better be careful. So in a lot of human history, we see a few religions rise up and exist, and it's all the same religions. It's all the religions that tell women you need to have children. And I don't think that's an accident. I think that's totally on purpose. I think it's because those religions that tell women to have children basically do the most vital thing that has to be done. A family unit and children. It's the most important thing. You know, I actually used to feel more negative about the treatment of Muslims toward women in Islam. But then I thought about it. It's like, they still have children. We don't. People in first world countries don't even have families anymore. You just have you and your partner and you know, like your stupid dog. Your stupid dog that's going to die in a few years anyways. It's not really that. It's not a human being. It doesn't replace you. Well, the dog sort of does replace you, but then it dies in like 10 or 15 years, however long they live. But yeah, they still have families. They still have families in Islam. Same with the Christians. You make fun of them all day. The Christians still have families. They still have children. Some of them do. You got like the soft Christians now. They're like the modern Christians. They're really weird. But most of the traditional Orthodox Christians still have families. And we like to think that we're being super progressive with feminism. And I think that's sort of the brainwashing, hypnotizing lie of it. It's that this is progress. It's like, no. A stable family unit is progress in 2020. Most people can't accomplish this. A lot of men can't have women who want to be wives and stay home and have children. That's actually rare and difficult to find now because we're so woke and we're so progressive and feminism has been so good. Wait 100 years, guys. Wait 100 years. See what happens to the country in 100 years when the family unit goes away. You will be replaced. Almost certainly you will be replaced. And the country's values will disappear and you will be a whole new country and probably you will be replaced by whoever decided to have children. See what I'm saying? So you will be replaced by whichever group decides to have the most children. Turns out the most important thing you can do is have children. Now all the other stuff like having 2 jobs. So what are you going to do? You're going to go into lots and lots and lots of student debt. You and your wife, lots and lots and lots of student debt so that you can be in debt together and have no children for the next like 7 years. Because 4 of the years were spent doing your education, right? 4 of the years were spent on the education. Instead of earning money for 4 years, which maybe in 4 years, at $25,000 a year, you would have earned $100,000 in 4 years. So instead of earning $100,000 in 4 years and getting work experience, you went to school for 4 years. You went to school for 4 years, you got a stupid piece of paper, and you went, I don't know, like $60,000 in debt. Not just you and your wife went 60, so more like $120,000 in debt. To have no children for 4 years, and instead of having $100,000 in your pocket, you have $60,000 of debt in your pocket. And then you get to spend the next 3 years trying to get out of that debt. See? Huge difference. Huge difference. And you know, it's funny, you don't even get a job in the field you went after. A lot of people don't, I found out. I looked it up. Most people do not actually go into the field that they went in, that they got their degree in. It was some gigantic number. It was like, what? So people just go to school and they don't even, it's like me, like I work on YouTube right now. I don't even use my degree. It's crazy when you think about it. Because I spent so much on the degree and I didn't even need it. It's so wild. So anyways, here, let's get back. We need some fresh. Thou shalt be replaced by my offspring, says straight. It's a real serious issue. You know, I asked myself what causes people not to have children. I think at the core of it is men who have been softened. It's men who have been engineered to be soft and not masculine anymore, and they don't say you're my wife. Men don't say that anymore. Men today say me and my wife are equal partners. Men don't say this is my wife. They don't say that. They don't think that way anymore. It's super dangerous because you will think that that works. It does not. Having children works, and eventually you will be replaced by people who say this is my wife. This is my wife. She's mine. It's possessive, right? Anyways, Arslan says, when are you going to make a mini economist someday? Judah says, what happens to single mothers? Do they just find another husband? Well, and that's another serious issue. In America, I don't know how bad it is in the UK. We have something like 15 million single parents in America. And that's another big issue, the issue of divorce. So when I was a kid, I learned about divorce, and I thought, oh, you can divorce somebody who is treating you badly. You can divorce somebody you don't like. And I thought, this is good. I have changed my mind on that over time. I think that divorce should be made illegal. If you get married to someone, it is for life. And if you go out and you cheat on your wife or your husband, you should actually have legal consequences for cheating on your spouse. So that if you decide to get married, it is a much more serious contract. And if you end up cheating on them, there are actual legal consequences for cheating. Because what marriage has become is it's such a joke. Is basically this piece of paper that says you get a tax break. That's what marriage has become. Basically says you get a tax break. You know, you get visitation rights. You can see their medical records. If they die, you can take their stuff. You can be Carol Baskin and steal your husband's $5 million. Anyways, marriage is a joke today. Marriage needs to be made significant again and actually dangerous. It needs to be something that if you go into, it's not like, do you love so-and-so for life? It's like, yeah, sure I do. You know, and then you got your fingers twisted behind your back because you can leave anytime. Why even have it? You might as well get rid of it. And then, honestly, it's a way for the wealthier person in the relationship to split their wealth with whoever's poorer in the relationship, which is usually the men. Usually the men. Not always, but usually still it's the men. So it's a way for you to hand over half of your income to, you know, your ex-wife after she discovers, you know, you've been cheating on her because you're a piece of shit, or she's been cheating on you, one or the other. And it's so easy to cheat now because of birth control and all that other stuff, right? I think a lot about this kind of stuff. I realize as a people, we don't do enough to protect the family. The family unit is so critical to the future of your country. So critical. It is your country. If you have weak families, you have a very weak country. And we try to celebrate single motherhood and single fatherhood stuff. Oh, see, they can. No, this is terrible. Two parents will always be more productive than one parent. Everything about it is more strategic. It's what you see in nature. There's all kinds of scientific studies that show that a child raised by two parents is better than one who's raised by a single. And you know, some of you guys have probably been raised by single parents and are doing okay. I had a really tough life, right? I left when I was 17. It wasn't good for me. But look, I'm doing all right. But I'm not saying that's what people should have. I'm saying that's is a bad thing to have that. So anyways, marriage should be made. Total Carb says some marriages are legit though, like mine. So anyways, I would like to see marriage changed. I would like to see divorce be made illegal. And you know, if you're worried about not being able to divorce your wife, well then you shouldn't be marrying her, you stupid idiot. Duh. So if you have doubts like, oh man, what if I need to divorce her later? There you go. Just don't marry her. You figured it out. You figured it out. Just don't marry her. If you think you're going to need to divorce her later, what are you doing with your life? Why are you marrying her? Okay, so I would like to see marriage change so that if you're cheating on each other, there's real legal consequences. Maybe jail time. Can you guys even imagine a world where you could go to jail for cheating on each other? But it needs to be made a serious thing because the institution of being a mother and a father needs to be a protected status in America. It needs to be something that's critical to the future of your country. And people will think that's a joke, but it's like you will definitely be replaced by whichever group does this, practices this. Whichever group practices having better families will end up replacing you eventually. Over time, it might take 100 years. You don't see it now because it's slow. People develop slowly. Babies are born, you know, you have like a few kids, and then it takes like a whole generation to see the effects of having a few children or not having a few children. Well, so it will take like 100, 200 years to see what will happen from people not having children anymore. And we think all these freedoms to do whatever we want and to live certain ways, it's been super healthy for it. No, it's actually been really unhealthy. You have more freedoms to do things that are bad for you. Like, you can have more vices, smoking and drinking and all that other stuff. You can have more vices in your life. That doesn't mean it's good for anyone. And of course, when it comes to separation and divorce, there can be exceptions, but it should be a much, much harder thing to accomplish. It should be something that's much harder than the way it works now. It should be very, very difficult to accomplish a divorce. And people should be forced to stay together or not get married. See, if it was dangerous to get married, people simply wouldn't get married. People would say, all right, well, I feel like I might divorce her, and then you just wouldn't marry her. And then when you actually choose a spouse, you will be more picky. You will pick somebody who you will actually stay with. And this is a good thing. It will cause relationships to be more stable, and maybe we wouldn't have 15 million single parents in America. 15 million. If marriage was more dangerous, right? You'd be like, oh man. Mayo Mancer says, that feeling when you think divorce is always foreseeable. It sounds like wild logic. Adultery used to be a serious crime. Progress, right? Oh, sure it is. Right, precisely. Adultery used to be a serious crime because in the past they understood if you were an adulterer, you were basically destabilizing the family unit. They figured it out a long time ago. Humans have been around for a long time. And progress is, in the future, progress is being able to do anything you want as if there was no consequences. But it turns out that the consequences are massive. The consequences are lifelong, life-changing consequences. You get a bunch of single mothers. What does that mean? Single mothers means that taxpayers are paying for other people's babies. That's what a single mother is. A single father as well. They receive a lot of helps in our tax codes. They receive a lot of welfare and stuff like that, and it's not good for the child, and it's just all kinds of bad comes out of it. The way we regulate relationships in our lives is just so... We call it progress. I don't believe it's actual progress. I think it's the opposite of that. I think it's regression. I think you actually hear people talk about it all the time, right? So you've probably heard me say some things now that you're like, that's crazy. How many people talk about how shit relationships are in 2020? Where you hop on Tinder and you're going to find love on Tinder? Okay. NPC, Orange Mad Bad, right? It's a universal law. Intolerance is the first sign of an inadequate education. An ill-educated person behaves with arrogant impatience, whereas truly profound education breeds humility. I read the quote. Thanks for the donation. Intolerance is the first sign of an inadequate education. Are you saying that because actually you have like an intolerant left now? You have an intolerant left. They say, it's funny, they're themselves like an ideology. They say, you have to do things this way, or you're gonna lose your job because we're gonna tell on you. Unbased stream takes. What? You're welcome to leave. You can spend your time elsewhere. Who is it? Vo Hayo. Hello everyone from Saudi Arabia. How's it going, Paolo? Donut says, unnatural. Nearly every isolated cultures have some sort of marriage system. Tinder love. Freedom of speech worked both ways. Just his opinion. How does he feel? What's his opinion on it? See, so this is the thing, guys. I'm 31 years old now. All right. So all these conversations are not new to me. 31 years old. I'm college educated. I actually have an Associates of Arts in business. And then I also have, on top of that, I have a Bachelor's of Science, computer science. I've been in all the groups. I was the president of the computer science club at my university, right? So there was actual like leadership training programs you had to go to in order to be a president of a club. You had to go there. They had to tell you all about diversity. They had to tell you all about, not judging people, acceptance of this, acceptance of that. I've heard all of it. And I've had a lot of time to think about things. What's this? Am I out of mega potions? I don't think God damn it. I don't think I refreshed my item loadout. I've heard all of it. I've been on both sides of the debate. Especially when I was about 22, I left religion. And I became pretty wildly liberal after I left religion. It's kind of like you spend your whole life being told you can't do certain things. So when you leave religion, you're like, I can do all the things. It turns, you're telling yourself in your mind, religion was only telling me I couldn't do those things because it's it's outdated and lacks progress, and they just have this arbitrary rule set that they made up because if you don't do what the people in power want you to do, they'll get angry at you. Ha ha ha. Now nothing's immoral. I can do this. I can do, right? So, and actually, it was a lot of fun. I left religion and I could do anything I wanted as long as the law permitted it, as long as the public law, right? And so I became very liberal for a while, and now I'm 31. It's been, how long has it been? It's like 9 years. 9 years. And I talk about this stuff and think about this stuff all day. All day. This is like primarily what occupies my mind, not Monster Hunter. It's actually stuff like this. It occupies my mind all day. I just sort of realized, man, there's only so much to life. There's only so much you will ever do. You could be the best speedrunner in Monster Hunter. Whoop-de freaking do. You're good at pushing buttons on a controller. You could earn a bunch of money at work. Whoop-de freaking do. You don't take your toys with you when you die. There's like one thing you do that's super important and leaves a legacy. That's having children, guys. There's one thing you do that is actually really important. It's important to the whole country. Your whole country depends on you having children. It's not just, and your parents want to see you do it. Your ancestors, who have been successfully breeding like rabbits for however long humans have existed, your ancestors want to know that you've had children. So they've all been saying that. I've had a lot of time to think about, why don't people have children? I've had a lot of time to think about it. You want to know the number one reason I think that people don't have children anymore? I actually think is feminism. I think feminism caused people to say, I can't call her my wife. I can't call her my woman. I can't call her the mother of my children. You got to think of her like she's this, another man basically in the relationship. She's your husband almost, right? It weakens men. It softens men, and soft, weak men don't want to have children. They want to have a mother. I think soft, weak men want their wives or their girlfriends. See, they don't even get married usually. I think they want them to basically be like their mom. Like, all right, jerk me off. Well, you don't have your mom jerk you off, but basically, you're looking at your wife like a drug almost. Like, here, just have sex with me. You look at women almost like a drug. Again, I think a lot of people just don't even get married now. And marriage itself, women today, they're like, oh, I need to get a job. I don't need to be a mom. I don't need to prioritize my 3 children first, having 3 children to replace myself and my husband. I need to prioritize my work. And it's like, what does it matter if you have a job and you have $200,000 a year income between the two of you? What does that even matter if you didn't have children? And so everything in nature says you have to be having children to be successful. And I feel that feminism is the lead reason that people do not have children. I think it softens men up, makes men real soft. I mean, the truth is, if you're a man and you're saying, oh man, these women they're my equals, they're my competitive equals, I gotta be honest with you, you're kind of, what they, that term, that very salacious, very almost like cringy term, beta male, so usually you say it ironically, but if you're not there, if you're not a true competitor, because that's what men do really well. Men compete and they die well. Men die like soldiers really well. Women do not do that. Did you notice that, guys? Did you notice there's not a single country that has mostly female, like warrior soldiers ever in all of history? In all of history, how many female militaries are there? How many primarily female generals do you have in any country at any point in time at all of history? How many times can you remember like oceans of women just running forward and dying in combat? Isn't that how they used to do combat? They used to line up in a row and then they would just shoot at each other, and maybe you had cannons and your leg would be shot off, something like that, right? Really horrible stuff. You never hear it. Women don't do that. But you're being told that you need to think of women as your equal, your husband. She's not. She's your woman. She's your wife. Men don't think that way. They're not allowed to. You have to think in terms of feminism. You will be looked down on if you think that way now. All the television shows tell you, oh man, you better not be sexist. All of the, all the corporate office ones that tell you, oh man, better not be a sexist at work. The Me Too movement, that's predatory nature. What Harvey Weinstein did, that's predatory. That's very different from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being a father. I'm talking about being a leader and a protector for your wife so that she can actually feel like she can actually have children and just be a mother, right? Women don't feel like that. They feel like they have to be fathers themselves. It's ridiculous. But anyways, people think that wealth caused the issue, wealth and better toys like better Game Boys or whatever. I don't think it's it. I actually think it's all the brainwashing we do with feminism, and I think it absolutely unravels the family unit. I mean, you still have like the Muslim, like I said, the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews. These are like the three primary Abrahamic groups. They're still having children. All the toys exist for them. They still have children, and it's because they have a structure, they have a model of how to live life that says you still have roles to play, because the guy in the sky told you to play those roles. You don't have to believe in God, but you can see that these structures are working for them. They still have families. Anyways, we talking 1776 warfare, boys. How is there a subtitles on live stream? What do you think about the growing number of single men, voluntary or involuntary? It's terrible. Nobody is meant to be single. This is another stupid progressive idea. People should be single. No. Humans biologically are extremely social creatures. If you're a single male right now, you are missing out on spooning with a woman who loves you and says, I love you, and you get to tell her that you love her. Being single is horrible. Of course, part of the reason that men are single, if you want to talk about the whole, like, I don't know, I've been learning about this whole group of men that are, they're really weird. They're like, just treat women as objects. They become almost like, I want to call them like disenfranchised men, basically, who see women as a strictly failed relationship for them. They're bitter towards women. They're angry towards women. They want to punish them almost. Like, I'm just gonna frick you and leave because I'm woke now. It's like an opposite male wokeness. It won't work either. I promise you guys. There's one thing that works. It's called the family unit. It's been working for a long time. So it's the reason you exist. You were given birth to. You had a father and a mother. It's the thing that works. So the whole disenfranchised men who think that women have to have sex with them, or I hate that people hate on them too, because what they need is to see that there is still a way of life that works for them, and just becoming resentful toward women is no better than what the feminists are doing towards men. They are just full of resentment and bitterness, and they don't actually want equality. We need equality. I hate that stuff. It's not about that. It's about winning. It's competition. It's really nasty. I hate that stuff. If my country punishes me for marrying and having children, is there a reason to care if I'm fine on my own? I don't really know what country. I think Rendezvous, you might be from like Russia or something like that, right? He says, if my country punishes me for marrying and having children, is there a reason to care if I'm fine on my own? I don't really know everything you mean by that. Levy says, how can you still play so well while talking nonstop? Well, I'm not playing well, I promise. I'm playing like crap. I am not playing well. Let's join Comrade Levi. Levi? I'm genuinely curious about whether your wife feels the same way. Yes, she does. We've spoken about it extensively. We're both educated, and she and I talk every single day from the moment I stop streaming to the moment I get back to streaming or we're asleep. We've talked about it so extensively. We've fought about things. That's pretty natural in a relationship. She realizes it too. Actually, almost 2 years ago, after we graduated, we were talking about the issue of how feminism leads to women being 30 and 40 years old and having no children, and how this actually is not a good thing for women, and that they're sort of, when a woman is a grandma's age, when she's real old, her children and her grandchildren are so important for her quality of life, and that you've got all these women who are growing old, having almost no children at all. And she was talking to me about it back then, about how this is not a good thing for her or for women, but she actually feels like she's told that if she were to have a bunch of children rather than to be a software engineer, that she will be looked at as stupid. She'll be looked at as kind of like just this dumb, slow woman who had sex rather than being some sort of corporate successful woman. She's a senior software engineer right now. She's very successful. We have no children, and we're feeling the impacts of having no children. And guess what? All the work she does just goes off to pay her student loans. She spent 4 years in school so that she could spend 3 years out of school not making any money. It just all goes to the student loan. That's all it does. She doesn't have any like for playing around cash. We had to help her parents obviously too. That kind of screwed us up. But she did all this work in school for 4 years of her young life. Women are not like men. So for men, when you're 60 years old, you could still be banging. If you stayed good, healthy looking, right? And you got lots of money, you can find a younger wife and still be okay. 50, 40, you got all kinds of options in those ages. When women hit about 35 years old, their attractiveness drops significantly from age. Men are designed to look at women by age because it helps us know who can have children. And it's almost like your brain knows your job is to go have kids. Okay, so biology has already hardwired you that way. So she spent all these years, 7 years with me, not having any children so that she can work for a company where the CEO gets rich, and she can pay a bunch of money to a school where the school owner gets rich, and she pays back a loan to a banker so the banker can use her as a vehicle for profit. So she's been making everybody rich and having no children. And she realized that herself, and she said she feels kind of freaked up by it. She hates it, actually. She hates it, and I hate it. And neither of us are religious, but we're actually quite clever. We talk about these issues all the time. Quarantine leads to masturbation. Toy says, so that means you are going to have 3 kids. I should, right? I should have 3 baby economists, and I'll get them all working at a young age so that they can pay for me when I'm old. College is a scam, mostly unless you have a job in the field lined up, make great money without one, enough to provide for my family and for my wife to not work. Well, again, this is the interesting thing. If your wife, if your girlfriend, if you're a woman, and you go to school for 4 years of your life, you have just lost 4 of the youngest years of your life, and you'll never have it back. That is your like prime baby making years. In fact, if you were to have a baby at a very young age, that baby will turn 18 before you're too old, and you still have lots of life in you. So if you have a baby young, the baby's out of the house when you're like 30 something, right? If you wait to have a baby when you're 30, that baby will reach 18 years old when you're almost 50. So this is the odd thing. You go to school, you work for 4 years in your education, you spend 3 years paying back your goddamn student debt. Maybe 2 years if you're lucky. Maybe 2 years if you had help from your parents. You didn't really have anything else go wrong. The economy was strong. So maybe 2 years. And then you need to get your return on investment at that point. How do you get your return on investment? What are we talking about? Well, the whole reason people go into debt to go to school is because they believe there's going to be a return on investment where later down the road they're earning so much money that they would not have earned without the degree that it was worth investing all that money in the degree, right? That's the return on investment. So she has to keep working for more than 3 years. She's already spent 4 in school. She has to keep working for more than 3 years to get her return on investment from her education. That's how bad it is. Nobody really thinks about this. We've talked a lot about education and how I actually have some pretty bad feelings about how it hasn't kept up with technology, and really it's more of a ripoff where wealthy bankers and wealthy school owners pretty much drain the money out of stupid young people like me and you. So I've talked extensively about that, but I've realized now it's even worse for women. So we've talked about how frustrating it is that women hold 2/3 of all student loan debt. That's a fact. You can look it up. We've talked extensively about that. But just think about it in terms of age too, because the most valuable asset you will ever have in your life is your youthful years. Nothing is more precious than your time. In fact, when you go to work, that's what you trade. You trade your time for money. So the business hires you to work 8 hours, and then it pays you for 8 hours of your life. And you say, instead of 8 hours of life, I have 8 hours of money. So there's an exchange that goes on. Well, anyways, if you're a woman going to school, you do not get to stay attractive for very long. You stay attractive to about 35 years old. And at about 35, you start gaining weight, your face sags, your boobs sag, right? Things start to change. Some women stay beautiful far past that. I'm not saying it's the same for everyone. But your attractiveness on the mating market, if you want to think of it that way, the dating market starts to fall it starts to decline pretty rapidly. You've done all that so that you can what? Go to school for 4 years, pay off the debt for 3 years, maybe 2 years, and then earn some good money for 3 more years. You spend 10 years, a whole decade of your life, for what? Some more money? and you had no children, and great, and you've been a man. You've been a man. You've been a provider for a guy who knows, maybe he's a loser, right? Why would a guy have to work? Obviously, I work very hard. I don't, I could actually provide for my wife and myself right now, but she feels obligated to work because, again, that huge investment, that huge time investment. She has a software degree. She wants to use it, but it's like we can't decide. Should we use it or should we have kids right now? And again, the point is like you did it for what? Some money. And we're realizing how difficult of a choice this is. It's something we're talking a lot about. And it's really frustrating because we still, well, the economy's bad right now too. That's the other thing. And we still need to finish helping her parents. And the funny thing is, she and I are fairly successful. So we try to imagine ourselves in the shoes of maybe somebody who went for a 4-year psychology degree and now they're a middle manager at Walmart, maybe. And we think about that and we're like, oh my God, there's people out there who are in worse shape than us, who are probably just never going to have kids. Like maybe you have kids much later, or maybe you're dirt poor for your whole life after you have those kids because you're going to be decimated by your goddamn, all the debts. You got to live in a house, so you got to have a house debt. And the cost of houses have exploded. And all this stuff on feminism, oh man, you got to be a feminist, you got to go to work, don't have any children, having children is bad. It's funny because the wealthy have plenty of children. Wealthy people tend to have kids. Oh shoot, did I just roll into that? Oh my God, I was trying to roll backwards. I hit the roll button because I was trying to roll backwards and it rolled forward instead. Anyways, Randaru says, in Russia, a husband has all the responsibilities and no rights, so paternity, fraud, spermjacking, and divorce as the end goal of marriage for women are at the world's highest. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Randaru. I think it's an issue in a lot of countries. Angus Chen says, when you run out of stream title ideas, so you just make it generic as frick. No, actually, I have plenty of... I thought about doing like a Tiger King title just for fun, but sometimes I choose the correct title that describes what we're going to do because I want to actually, try something new. And today what we're doing is we're having a chat. Rather than focusing on the game, we're having conversations. Papa Jeff says, it really just misplaces the blame. Like, the problem is real. It's a problem that an entire generation can't start families. But feminism isn't the reason. No, it is feminism. It 100% is feminism. That's my belief. I've had an enormous amount of time to think about it. I spend all of my time thinking. 100%. When I put the controller down, I go right back to thinking. I go back to thinking. I go back to reading. Go back to studying stuff. And I ask questions all day. Why does this happen? Why does that? I guarantee you it's feminism. Were our parents richer than us? Maybe our parents were wealthier than us. But think back like hundreds of years. There was no feminism back then. Feminism's relatively new. Feminism is a relatively new idea, and there's plenty of places in the world that still do not practice feminism. For example, I was talking about the Chinese Communist Party, right? They don't give a shit about feminism. They care about being the most powerful party in the world. And I promise you, feminism is not on their itinerary because the reality is feminism does not make your country powerful. It's a form of identity politics that says, hey, we have a coochie in between our legs. Therefore, we should be given a position of political power without having to do any of the violent murder. Right, so how did men become powerful? Why is every country a patriarchy? It's almost always exclusively the same reason. Murder. Murder gives you a patriarchal hierarchy. It always starts with violence. You have two men, they say, I want to be in power. The other one says, I want to be in power. And then they murder each other. And one stands out the winner, and that's how a country starts, right? And then countries fight with each other all the time. They develop huge militaries full of men. Some women are in the militaries. In the 2020, you have people, women participating in the military, but historically it's just almost always been men. And all your generals are men. And the feminist, if in terms of politics, the feminist movement, it says, we should all be your leaders now. We should get to decide what you do with your militaries. We should decide your immigration policy. We should just decide your, how your federal spending is done. And it's like, what did women actually do? Well, none of the dying, none of the toil. Generally, what women do is they stay home and have children. That is generally what women historically did. And you could make a new argument that women contribute to the economy now. And I would say they contribute to the economy by not having children. And so it has not been as big of a contribution as you think it is. Has not been as big of a contribution as you think it is. They've lowered the wages for men because now men compete with women for the same job, and women will accept less pay than men. So the CEOs continue to make enormous amounts of money, but the actual workers receive less pay. But they haven't died in all the wars. It's just, but because they have a coochie, and because feminism is definitely a good ideology and you all need to follow it, right? Because that's progress. We need to vote this woman into power. It's all a lie, guys. You've been lied to about this stuff. It's a huge lie. It's a huge lie, and there's a bunch of men who are scared to disagree with it because you're scared you'll be, skewered by all of the groups that are convinced that women and men are the same. We're not at all. The huge difference between women and men, one of the biggest ones I'd say, men will actually go kill you for disagreeing with them. Women generally will not do this. You would think that's a good thing that women won't do this. Is actually a huge sign of weakness in my opinion, because it's what forms a country is power. Power forms a country, and you do not get more power than from anything else than from your military. Your military is your primary source of power in every country. You do have your business sector, and we do a lot of business. If you do not have a military, you're quickly overtaken by every single country that has a military. It's the primary source of power. It's kind of like this. An economy emerges where you find security. You do not find security without a powerful military. You do not find a powerful military without men. But then you're told that your women need to have the same amount of political power as the men, despite not having died in any of the wars, despite not running the military. It just doesn't make any sense. And you do it because you've been told to do it. Women should be respected. They should be respected as mothers. Bershogun says, money is happiness in a way, being able to have a family, provide and buy yourself and your family all they could wish for, and indulge in any hobbies. No, money is not happiness. This was the thing this is a very serious subject that I thought about over a long period of time. I don't believe money is actually at the core of happiness. A family that loves you is the ultimate core of happiness. If you are not having children, you will not have a family. Simple. Your parents will die and you will be alone. At the core of happiness is a successful family, relationships with real people. Money is fine. It doesn't really go with you anywhere. It doesn't really leave a legacy behind unless you're like a billionaire who donated it all, maybe. Family leaves a real legacy behind. And you have relationships. Those are far more important. But money is nice too, by the way, Bershogun. I love money. How would you think the world would be like if all wars were done in the virtual world? On Game Boys, well, we would have the best speedrunners. No, we'd lose to Japan. Ryan says, I mean, wouldn't women have died in the wars if they were forced to be in them as well? They didn't die in wars because we don't let them. Yona Kuni says, they call you a rapist, a man's life is done. Well, to be fair, men do most of the raping. Vohiyo says, women should be respected regardless of what they decide to do with their life. I disagree, Vohiyo. My official feelings on women is mothers should be respected. Women who go into work, I consider it a form of degeneracy almost. Unless they've had children. If they've had children, fine. If you're going into work to make money and not have children, that is societal decay. It is, you can call it whatever you want. Oh, freedom, you can do what you want. Fine. But if you do not have a family unit, your society will unravel. Guaranteed. Guaranteed it will happen. Because one of the most needed things, it's not really something you have control over. This is what's most important about this idea. It's not a political idea. It's not necessarily like, it's not part of what I want to say, academia. It's none of those things. It's just a fact of life. If you do not have 3 children, and all the men and women have 3 children together, you disappear. And you get replaced by the group that does have 3 children. That is exactly how it works. It is inescapable. You cannot escape it. So if you're telling me all of your young women are being told by the nasty feminists that, hey, you need to go be a software engineer, you need to be a software engineer, you need to be this, you need to be that, you need to be this, rather than you need to have children, it is, in my opinion, social degeneracy and is a huge, big, fat freaking lie. Huge lie. Massive lie. It's great for corporations, probably. It's great for feminists, actually. Is really good for feminists because feminists feel like they're winning, and the women are like, oh wow, I got a job, I don't need no man, right? So all those things are great. Basically, I think that it will lead to two outcomes. You will have one outcome where you will basically just have all your men replaced by men who are sexist eventually. So if the men in your country will not become sexist, you will then be replaced by men from another country who are sexist. The second outcome is that the men in your country wake up and they say, wait a second, we're supposed to be fathers, we're supposed to be leaders, you're my wife, not my husband, and we're going to have to be the providers, and you're going to have 3 kids. And then you can go back to work. It doesn't matter. You can vote, you can do all the other things, but you have to have children. I think that's the two outcomes you will see occur. And I think in Europe, because the men are so whipped, I don't think you'll see it happen. I think that the men of Europe will, in a lot of places, just be replaced. You got your governments are going to spend money on everyone but you, going to take care of everyone else in the world but you, because globalism is awesome, apparently. They're not going to take care of you and your family and make sure you have a home and you have children. They're going to pay for everything else. The United States might put up more of a fight. I think in the United States, people at least are a little more capable of breaking out of being afraid of not being called progressive. I think you have Americans who are like, I don't give a shit about progress. Here's how it is. But even in America, I think that is fading. I think it is. I think you're going to have weak men, and they're just going to be replaced by sexist men. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to be like, oh man, the men from that group are so sexist, and they're having children. Oh man, have you heard what this group is doing? Here's one of the funniest things, actually. It's really ironic. Huge push to get women in power, political power, and the very first thing women do is protect tons of immigration. And ironically, this is it's kind of like this thing you can look into that I thought was really interesting. The Feminist Party tends to protect, of all the religious groups, there's a lot of religious groups, right? Tons of religious groups. And they all pretty universally oppress women. Not all of them, but most of them. They especially protect Islam. Islam, when you compare it to all of the different religions you could be in, Orthodox Islam is pretty anti-women's rights. Pretty anti-women's rights. It's one of the more sexist, maybe the most sexist religion of all the religions. You're going to have to hide your hair. You can't leave without a male guardian. You don't have a lot of rights in the marriage. I can strike you, blah, 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 right? If you have sex before marriage, I'm going to disown you, all that good stuff. Okay, but feminism protects that. So feminism gets into power, and then it uses its power to protect the least pro-feminist religion in the world. That's feminist leadership. When I see that kind of stuff, it doesn't make any sense to me, not even slightly. It makes zero sense to me. And it makes me think that feminism is not a political ideology I believe in, but also the leaders make no sense. 0 sense. And I actually, at this point, agree with Islam's approach to women. I believe that Islam's idea that women should be mothers is absolutely correct. The Christians are absolutely correct on the same issue. I think Christians are a little more freeing. They've got the concept of the mother and the child, Mother Mary. She's got, she's like the mother of God, right? But it's the same exact idea. You've got the Pope, you got the sisters, you got the nuns, you got the priests, but there's never a female Pope, is there? And the priests are never male. The priests are never female. It's a male hierarchy. They figured it out thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, and it's worked for them for a very long time, and we're trying to dismantle it. However, it's all being upheld on the concept of the family unit. It's all surviving through the family unit. And it will continue to be that way. And the progressives think they can beat nature, and they can't. They're going to lose to nature. They absolutely will. There's this game called Monster Hunter. Has anyone heard of it? No matter how fun, I could never use an inefficient weapon. I go to sleep with your voice soothing. Imagine me talking all this garbage patter, and then you're like, yeah, I'm going to go to sleep with that. But so that's how I feel about it at this point. I'm very much against feminism. I strongly oppose it. I believe it's an ideology that ultimately it damages men, and it turns men soft, and it turns women into men. Two things you can't. Oh, look at that! I'm about to die. Two things you can't have. Turns men soft. You know what's funny? I feel that you guys are still too young, probably. Most of you are probably still too young to realize how much damage it's done to you on the psychological level. You don't understand how it's informed you, how you should act. And as you get older, you'll realize it, but you don't understand it yet. You'll figure it out eventually. I want you guys to remember that too. Like when you get older, you know, you're probably going to remember hearing me talk about this, having this conversation. I had sort of this built-in, you must respect women, and women are, right? I had this sort of thing going on where I automatically treated everyone around me, especially women, right, as a sort of, I don't want to say like equal, but as if there was no competition, as if everyone's afforded the same, what is the word? It's almost like I didn't have a role as a father. I think that's what I mean to say. I don't have a concept of what it means to be a father. And I think when you're talking about fatherhood, being a father specifically means being stronger than the mother. That's specifically what it means. If you're not stronger than the mother, why would she want you? Why would any, you know, right? Like, I wouldn't want to, if I was the woman and I was stronger than you, I would not want you to be the father. I would want a stronger man. So in your mind, if you wanted to be a father, it has to be a priority for you to be stronger than the women who you're around. You have to be stronger than them. And this is an extremely sexist idea. They tell you over and over and over again, no. You're equal to her, you're equal to her, you're equal to her. All the corporations tell you you're equal to her. All the politicians, the modern politicians tell you. But if you think that way, if you do not try to be stronger than all the women, you're just never going to be a father. It's not going to happen. You have to be strong. That's my opinion. Peaches says, respect to everyone. I give people a certain kind of respect, like we're citizens, you're a human being, but actually I don't actually believe in giving people respect, no. So when it comes to respect, you ever heard respect is earned? That is a fact. Most people do not deserve respect. Not most. There's plenty of people who do not deserve respect. You are not required to give it to them automatically. That is another one of those sort of progressivist ideas that everyone's innately good and deserving of respect and admiration. This is not true. There's tons of people who are at heart not that good of people, not that altruistic, not that skilled, not that so and so on and so forth, and we're just told that you may not judge them. You're not allowed to judge people, guys. It's 2020 and judging is against the law. And that's basically what progressivism has done to you. That is what progressivism has done to you. You absolutely should be judging people and yourself. And you should aspire to always be better than you were. All those things are super important ideas. Papa Jeff says, how can you blame women for the economy shifting more towards service industries rather than manufacturing like women did in offshore industry? Oh, you must be talking to someone else. They will call you toxically masculine, dude. You have to do it. Don't listen to them, guys. Do not listen to the people who are trying to tell you. Do not listen to all the feminist women, and there's plenty of feminist men who are trying to define masculinity. Do not listen to them. If you do what they tell you on that stuff, they will define masculinity as basically being a woman. You need to be strong, and you need to be stronger than women. Both of those things. Basically, don't be a simp. People are getting mad. I chat. Shouldn't you try to be stronger than everyone, not only women? Yes, that's actually accurate. So Randaroo has a point. Even amongst men, a very natural thing, a hierarchy emerges where you have the strongest men at the top. And strong, I don't mean like physically. I mean like men who are most productive. The men who are just smarter and better leaders. So this is something that occurred amongst men for a very long time, right? There's no rule that says men must be hired onto your board of directors. That's because men always knew if you want to be on the board of directors, you have to earn it. There never needed to be a rule for us. Amongst ourselves, if you wanted to earn more than the other guy, you had to go up to your boss and you say, screw that guy, I want more money than him. And then he says, why should I give you more money? And you'll be like, because I make more money for the company. And then your boss says, no, you don't. And then you say, fine, I'll do it. And then you go and you do it and you ask for the money again until you make more money than the other guy. You say, screw that guy, I want more money than him. Men have been doing that for a long time, and it works. It, creates productivity. Competition is healthy. And essentially, when you have a rule that Nancy Pelosi, who's an American politician, who's saying something along the lines of, you must be forced to have women hired onto your board of directors, you're circumventing that competition because some people have coochies rather than penises, right? And you're saying, because I have a coochie, you have to hire me onto the board. It's the dumbest thing. It's terrible for business. The right Chinese Communist Party would never do that because they're actually clever over there and not forced to use identity politics to as a framework for seeing how the world should be, because they're not they're ideological in other ways that maybe I don't agree with, but they're not ideological that way. And this is a terrific test of what's going to succeed. They've already passed all of Europe. I don't see why not. And I think really it's just a matter of time before they pass the U.S. unless we stop being, I don't know, low energy feminists. I don't know what to call us, right? Oh, I'm so upset. Oh, we're mean to each other. We're mean to the girls. I don't know what to say about it. Like, they don't care about it over there, and that's good for them. That's actually a huge advantage for them that they don't care about it. Vohio says, the reality you want is written in the book The Handmaid's Tale, and it is a dystopia. You know, I tried to watch The Handmaid's Tale. I watched, like, the first episode of it, and I quickly realized that it was kind of like a liberal jerk-off story where it's like, oh man, can you believe how evil religion is? And this is what they want from women. They want to make us wear these little hoods, and we're just sex machines for the men, right? So it's a liberal jerk-off machine. Not machine. It's a liberal jerk-off story, whatever The Handmaid's Tale is. I didn't watch any more than the first episode. It grossed me out immediately. It was really pathetic. I can't believe that it was so well rated, but I realized that you probably have a lot of liberals watching it. And then I probably promptly turned on something on YouTube about how to invest money instead of being an idiot and watching Handmaid's Tale. That's probably what I did. I do remember turning it off though. I told my wife, I was like, this is so stupid. Why are we watching this? I distinctly remember that. Oh no, we're not giving women more respect than our own. Well, again, precisely. So amongst each other, men don't just give each other respect. You kind of have to impress each other. That is a very serious thing. And then that's normally the case with men, but that's actually going away too. Nowadays, you just have to respect everyone and say, oh, you're great, I'm great, we're equally great, we're all the same, we all deserve the same pay. Bernie Sanders and Andrew Yang are going to give us money. We're not going to have to work. We can chill back. The wives can provide for us. We won't even marry them.
What's your stance on gay couples?
Widget says, what's your stance on gay couples? Generally, I don't really care. This is a really interesting subject, too. So it's a very, very interesting subject. What I find interesting about homosexuality, this is something I didn't really appreciate. Sexuality is really old. It's been around for a long time. So sexuality has been around since the time that the Bible was written. It's a really old thing. I think that it's still something I'm forming an opinion on. I felt myself sway both ways. First of all, let me say this. If you want to live your life where you do nothing but drink alcohol and eat donuts and rub your balls, I don't think that that's necessarily healthy for you, but you can do it, right? So let's talk about gay marriage. I think that being a homosexual, you can go around having sex with another person who is not going to provide you children. And this is sort of a definition for sexuality where it's for pleasure, maybe for, you can say it's for love as well, but it's not for child making. And this is a really interesting distinction that you have in religion. Very often they don't allow this because they don't want sex to be a form of like sexual pleasure at its core. They want it to be a form of child making at its core that is also pleasurable. So this is what I've noticed from all of my observations and all of, whenever I get into these kind of subjects. What is up with this? I'm out of mega potions. I thought I refreshed my item set. I don't oppose homosexuality. However, I'm concerned about our definition of marriage over time. All right, so I've swung on both sides of the whole gay marriage versus gay marriage is bad for the. This is my feelings. I feel that there needs to be a special status for men and women who get together and have children. This needs to be a protected status. I have nothing against people wanting to, jerk off with each other or whatever, lick each other's ding-dongs. Fine, do whatever you want. I'm actually kind of pro-hedonism. The concept of hedonism, it's been around for a long time too. I don't hate it. I think of it as like hardcore partying and all that stuff. But let's talk about maybe like long-term success. I go back to the core idea that long-term success is defined by having children. And since homosexuals kind of can't have children, I don't know, it's an interesting thing because I guess if you get a third person in your relationship, like a donor, or maybe like a girl, an extra girl, an extra guy who will give you a child, then in a way you can still have a child. So I feel like there's like exceptions that can be made for it, and you could have the rules designed strictly to abide by who has children. But I think that marriage should be defined not by just two people being together. I feel that marriage should actually be kind of defined by actually having children. And I've had people counter argue that position with me because they will say something like, well, I'm barren, I can't have children, should I not be allowed to be married? Right? So I've heard stuff like that. Maybe I would just like the tax laws to be written in a way so that if you're having children, the taxes benefit you. But yes, it's a very interesting subject. It's one I've thought about a lot. It's one I've thought about a lot. I haven't reached a conclusion. Gigabutter says, I respect gay people like they're just human beings. It's just the loud and annoying ones I don't like. What about adoption? I actually do not like adoption at all, personally. I would prefer to never adopt a baby. You're anti-feminism because of masculinity. By this, you should be anti-gay. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it's as simple as just saying, you're this, then that, therefore that. Do you think being gay is based on genetics? I think that homosexuality has existed for a very long time. I don't think that it's probably, a lot of people like to say, oh, I'm born gay. This kind of suggests that there's maybe a gay gene or something. I think that probably a much better description is that people are capable of being homosexual at times if they want to be. Just like somebody who primarily believes that they're gay is capable of having heterosexual sex at times, which my wife, her oldest friend, like childhood friend, is gay. I've heard a lot of stuff about that. She'll have like heterosexual sex. So I think a better description is that people are capable of both of these things, and we create these two rigid labels, heterosexual, homosexual, and think that people only fall on either side of that spectrum, right? That sort of, you're this or that. So we created those labels a long time ago to describe behaviors, but I think that humans are actually capable in general of just getting naked and touching genitals. You see what I'm saying? So, but the larger question might be like, what should the establishment or the institution of marriage be used for? And for me, in my opinion, I think the best route is to make sure that the institution is to ensure that new babies are being made. Again, so at the core of it, at the core of my belief system is this realization how important babies are, how important babies and children are. They're absolutely vital. There's no way to escape that. You can't have an opinion on it. You either did have children or you didn't. And then if your country had children, then your country gets to live on. If your country didn't have children, your country recedes. So there's not really a lot of wiggle room for left or right political ideology in there, except that you do have ideologies that will likely result in you having fewer children, like believing that women shouldn't stay home and have children. Stuff like that will cause you to not have children. Will homosexuality cause you to have less children? I guess it will. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like what I said, if you have like a third person involved, you could still have a child. You could adopt. So when I said I don't like adoption, that's for me personally. I actually don't like the idea of adopting another man's baby and taking care of it for him. I actually have relatives who were adopted. I had an uncle and an aunt, and the aunt couldn't actually get pregnant, so she adopted children with my uncle, and I don't have any problem with that. It's just personally, if I don't have to do that, I strongly prefer my own biological children. Like, it's not even close. That's why we have the joke where we say you were adopted, right? Because people actually kind of already intuitively understand this. People have more of a biological attachment to their own children. Yeah, so I guess if you're a homosexual couple, adopting children is better than if you were not adopting children. I guess the question I would have is, are people just using the marital status in order to gain tax breaks, essentially? Like tax breaks. Tax breaks should be exclusively for people who are having children. That is my opinion. Should be for people who are having children. And, the marriage status, it doesn't really define it that way, does it? Marriage status doesn't seem to... Uh-oh. Am I dead? No, I'm still alive. Oh god. Oh god. Alright, I'm still alive. Oh, the hot floor. I thought that floor was going to get me. It's a very interesting subject. I think that if you become too rigid on the subject, you actually can do more damage than good when it comes to homosexuality. Rebin says homosexuality is common in kids nowadays because of social media. I believe that's absolutely true. One of the common beliefs on the left is that homosexuality, you're just born homosexual, or you aren't. I had actually 11 siblings, 11 of them. I know for a fact that you can manipulate children to believe the same things that you believe. This is why children who are like born in India, they're going to believe in whatever it is, Buddhism. Children born in Saudi Arabia, they're going to believe in Islam. People born in America are probably going to be Christian. It's because you're whatever your parents tell you to be, and if you got a parent on your shoulder telling you, oh, you could be anything you want, particularly gay, you're probably going to have a much higher chance of being gay than if your parents said, you know, you need to get married and have children with a wife. See what I'm saying? So you can definitely affect how children decide is the best way strategically to live their life. And this concept that you must be only gay or must be only straight, again, I think it's just kind of this. I think is a kind of an outdated way of thinking. Well, I don't know if an outdated way of thinking is the right way to think of it, but people believe that their sexual preferences are necessarily their identity. I don't know how much I believe that, how flexible that is. You know what I'm saying? Is it worth it to buy Monster Hunter World in 2020? I suppose it is. If you want a lot of gameplay, there's quite a lot of gameplay for somebody who's never played the game before. Zenajiva is a baby. Jackson says God states it should be between a man and a woman. Right, but the state doesn't say that, you know, we're going to do exactly what God says. Gay camp is scary. He's against adoption and thinks marriage should just be for making kids. I actually do believe that. I agree with what you just said there. Marriage should be for making children. If you're not going to have children, you could be really good boyfriends and girlfriends, or boyfriends and boyfriends, or girlfriends and girlfriends. If you're not here to make babies, why are we calling this a marriage? A marriage should be for a family unit where children were made. That should be what it's for, and then the government should come in, recognize it, and give it special tax status as a family tax protection. The government is there to make sure that it's improving the country and investing in the country. Let's say you have two dudes that just want to jerk off and have dogs together, right? I'll put it in your bum, you'll put it in my bum. I'm sorry, you're never going to make kids unless you're going to include a girl somehow, or you're going to adopt kids. If you're going to do those things, then we should do the special tax status at that point. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not 100% certain on the subject. Maybe if we could change the rules so that you can't dual file taxes until you actually start having children. But then again, they have like the whole filing for dependents, right? So I've never actually had children, so I don't know how much of a tax benefit that is versus dual filing. All right, let's come over here. Everyone's a critic. What? I didn't know that was a quest. Let's go ahead and post another Furious Rajang. Papa Jeff says, I just want to understand how your response to the problem, why can't a family be supported on a single income, is feminists caused it. Feminism didn't cause wage stagnation, inflation, outsourcing. Actually, I believe it did. I believe Elizabeth Warren wrote a whole book that talked about that very issue. Elizabeth Warren, who's a feminist, liberal, I can't say the word, ideologue. She actually, in the past, she wrote a whole book talking about that. Denker says, I can't say I agree with my opinions. The practical implications are surely thought-provoking. Yeah, I think that myself 1 year ago wouldn't have agreed with me. It took more time, it took more observation, it took more reading, and it took an enormous amount more thinking. It is definitely an opinion that I reached this opinion through older age. I did not start with this opinion. I think a lot of men actually start out very anxious about their position in terms of how powerful they are and what they can demand and how they see themselves. A lot of men start out anxious, maybe depressed, maybe nervous, and your anxiety, the problem with it is it gives you a feeling of weakness, and what happens is you don't fully become yourself because you're afraid of needing the help of others. When you no longer feel like you need the help of others, what happens is your real opinions start to emerge. So when you no longer feel like you need people to protect you and to keep you in the in group, your real your real feelings and thoughts emerge. Is what happens. C4LE says marriage is about love. I actually strongly disagree with this. So I used to believe that marriage is about love. I used to believe that because I was 18 years old and stupid. Marriage is not about love. Marriage is an institution held up by religion or by government that says you are going to have children. Love is something you could have with your girlfriend. You can have love with a couple girlfriends, actually. I mean, I have some past girlfriends. I'll love them right now if they want to come a knocking, right? So you can have love with anyone very easily. You cannot have children with anyone very easily. And when you start having children, now you start affecting society in huge ways. You're providing society children, and if you fail actually to be a good father, the problem is, hold on, I gotta trade this out with something. Let's trade out with this. If you fail to stick around, then society gets to pay for your children, and you pay alimony checks and all that other stupid shit. Oh, God damn it. How do I not have hot drink in my item loadout? Here's hot drink. So marriage is for love is a very weak futuristic idea. It was never about love in the past. The institution of marriage was not created out of love. It was created so that men could make basically alliances with other men. The women were basically treated as mothers that you would agree to give to another man. So here's my daughter, you can have children with her. I'll have children with your daughter. You know, that kind of stuff. Or my son will have children with your daughter. That was how it used to be. The idea in the future that marriage is for love, I think, is a very extremely naive belief. It's a naive belief that you've been given by Disney. You've been given it by Hollywood. So a lot of people tell you marriage is about love. I think marriage is about children, strictly. No matter how you are, deserve love, and if no one loves you, I do. No one is perfect. Good night and stay safe out there, fellow hunters. Well, you can love somebody in the generic way. You can say, oh yeah, I love everyone. But you're not about to come to my home and do my dishes and feed me, are you? Because if you love me that much, to come do my dishes and take care of my children, let me know. I'll send you my address. Man's living in the past. That's right. I'm just some old out. I'm so educated. I've been thinking about this stuff for a long time. Super educated. I've agreed with all of the liberal stuff before. I'm actually reaching a better point of education. What's your opinion about romantic love? I think that love all comes down to basically scientific chemicals that you can measure. They're chemicals and thoughts. It's all part of your biology. And it's there in order to get you to get a girl pregnant. That is what it's all there for. So your brain, why do you find women attractive? Have you ever asked yourself that? Do you think it happens through magic? Do you think that it happens because God willed it or something? It happens because you have chemicals in your brain that tell you she's young. She will probably give you babies if you have sex. If you put your wiener in, you'll probably pump out babies. And you like her genetic markers. Her genetic markers tell you that she's healthy and she has attractive genes. Like maybe you like the shape of her eyes or something like that, right? And that's it. I think that you can have sacrificial love for somebody or something where you say, I'm going to take this up as a cause, as somebody I'm going to protect, somebody I'm going to sacrifice for. I think you can have that with anyone, not just with somebody you're married to. So what helps marriage stand out in a defined way is you have children. That is what does it. The whole, oh, I love her. You can love your girlfriend, man. Love is not unique. You can love your next door neighbor. You can love your mom. You can love all kinds of people. Love is not unique. The thing that makes the love between you and your wife unique is you two actually make babies. That is what's unique in your relationship. If you are not having babies with your wife, she's not a lot different from anyone else you loved ever in your life. I think I love my wife's boyfriend's girlfriend. The chemicals in my brain like anime girls. Well, and that's actually an accurate statement because the anime girls are designed to be like a drug, man. That's the truth. They're very much like a drug. They're designed to have all the features that would make it look like they've got good genetic markers. Long legs, butts, boobs, right? Long hair. You ever think about that? Why do women have long hair and men have short hair? Because men are looking at the woman's hair as a sign of youth. Whereas with men, it's not quite as important, because for women, what they find attractive in men is how much money they have. And typically an older man will have more money. So women don't worry quite as much about your hair. Although, it's not like women don't like attractive men too, like Brad Pitt and all that stuff. But really, women are looking for stability. And men are looking for, well, are you going to give me healthy offspring? The chemicals in my brain are turning the freaking men gay. They took our jobs. I love my bed. Can I make babies with it? Based on marriage is making babies. What is your opinion on cheating and having affairs with other women? Well, see, this is where it gets really interesting, and I think that we have actual opportunities to get creative with how we structure ourselves as a society. I think, oh man, I stopped. I think one of the things I would ask myself, first of all, what would a religion actually do? And I'm not saying treat the religion as if it's accurate and correct, but let's take an observation of what religions do with people who commit adultery and affairs. And it's pretty universal. All the religions have the same outcome. They're like, this person gets thrown out of society until they correct themselves or they get punished in some way. And this is because you need your family unit to stay strong, so that mom and dad are taking care of the babies, and your society has strong, healthy babies that grow up and contribute to society and uphold the same values. So pretty universally, all religions say, no, cheating doesn't work. Cheating doesn't work. And these religions that we have today are the religions that existed. They're the ones that made it this far. Right? So think of it like natural selection. It's not like these were the only religions. These were the religions that continue to exist. And so you can take a look at it and be like, why did natural selection decide you would exist and not a different religion? And I would say that religions that tell you, no, you can't just have sex with whoever you want any of the time, those religions, the reason they were structured that way wasn't because some mystical god told them that's the way you need to be, is because they figured out back then, if you're a man and you get a girl pregnant and then you go have sex with another woman, you're probably having sex with another man's woman, first of all. And second of all, you're creating children with two women that you might not be able to sustain. Now, the interesting thing is, Islam actually does allow two wives in some cases. And so you guys will forget, but actually there's still polygamy exists in the world. And it usually is based on your ability to provide for the children. And I think that, oh my God, I think even the Abrahamic religions even did have some kinds of polygamy back then, like the really old stuff. Like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but the beginning of the Bible, they had like, oh my gosh, Birch just got me. He wasn't even grabbed. I was the grabbed one. Let me get this max potion going. You know, they have stories of like, what's it, like Abraham or whatever, and he has like two wives, or it's like the mother and the caretaker or something. I can't remember that stuff. Those stories are so crazy. Oh no. Oh, you gotta kill me with that, because that move kills really fast. Why did natural selection choose me to have a 2-incher? I mean, it's actually a fair question. People are sometimes born with small appendages down there, but it turns out that actually what matters most is whether you could get with a woman, and whether you could get that stuff going on, whether you can get your freak on. People started talking about how family structure is important for economies, societies, and countries. Wow, that looks brutal. How does the hunter survive the attack? Anyone have a good great sword build for begging master rank? I think he means beginning master rank. Oh man, this guy's been messing me up. There we go, we're fine. Yeah, but so anyways, on the issue of cheating, you know, what I find interesting is that there's usually very little repercussion for cheating, there's very little repercussion for adultery, and this causes a society where you have a bunch of broken families, basically. And I don't know if people consider that progress. I don't really consider it progress. But you know, maybe if there were actual punishments for being a bad person in a marriage, people would just be a little nicer, you know? maybe just a few marriages would be saved. Maybe if there were actual punishments for cheating in a relationship, and society was like, well, now you don't get to have it. So here's what you get. In our current society, you get punished for saying I'm not a feminist. Okay, that's how it currently works. If you say I'm not a feminist, I don't support all this shit because women should have babies, you're definitely going to lose your job, right? You can't say that. Well, I can say it because I'm a YouTuber and you guys can just call me quirky or something. I'm an entertainer, so I can say that kind of shit for fun. But you can't go to work and say that stuff. You're going to get fired real fast. But if I were to say, you should actually be forced to stay in your marriage, and if you try to cheat on each other, then you should be in trouble. Then you should lose your job. If you cheat on your wife, you're going to, I don't know, if there's going to be some 50 lashes, whatever, come up with the punishment that you find suitable. If I said that, people will lose their minds. Like, how could you say that, man? But I'm saying, just think about it for a second. That system makes way more sense. In the system where you get punished for cheating on each other, you're actually forced to be better people. In the other system where it's like, oh, feminism, you just kind of push this ideology that says, okay, women need to be made board of directors because they have literally because they have a vagina. That's it. You have a vagina, you have a pussy, and I have a dick. But since you have a pussy, we need to definitely add you to the board of directors. That is some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard, ever. Is so stupid. Like, even if I was on the left, and even if we weren't talking about all these other subjects, right? Even if I was like pure Bernie Sanders, Bernie bro, whatever, I'm like socialism and all that stuff, Marxism, I would still find that some of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's the opposite of a meritocracy. Complete opposite. I have a vagina, therefore I should be your president, and also you need to hire me onto the board of directors, or else you're a sexist. Yeah, that's not going to work. You're going to have failed business in a very short amount of time, because businesses do not run on that kind of stuff, thank God. But anyways, that would be, even if I was a Democrat, I'd still feel that way. But instead, if I was to suggest something like, okay, if you commit adultery in your relationship, there should be some repercussions for that, some actual repercussions. People would think that that's crazy. We don't have punishment like that for divorce because this is America. This is America. I know you should have the freedom to divorce, but it's not really freedom, is it? Because after you divorce, now I have to pay for your children with, women infant children checks. So WIC checks go out to 15 million people because they got into shitty relationships, which I'm totally empathetic for that. I feel bad for them. I wish things turned out better. People are mature, people learn, people are young, right? All those things. But we have a system that makes it so easy to give up on the relationship rather than, like, okay, let's say you're not allowed to divorce, and instead the state forces you to go through couple therapy. So many relationships would just not end in divorce. Some of them probably still would end up in separation. They wouldn't be legally divorced, but they would decide to live apart. But then, and then if you tried to, it's just silly. I think that they make it too easy to break up is all I'm saying. It's something I've had a lot to think about. I think marriage used to be you, the husband, would then have the wife and she was your wife. And now it's nothing like that, and it's just sad. There's no punishment for divorce in China too. Well, maybe I go too far. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think there has to... Well, Doom says it may be easy to do, but it's not easy on the people. Papa Jeff says, how do you propose we fix the economy? Let's say all women stopped working. Homes are still too expensive. Jobs still don't pay enough. Education is overpriced. Manufacturing still doesn't happen here. Papa Jeff, that is a great question. You say, what if all the women stopped working? Well, what if I was to tell you that the women stopped working and they all had 3 children? Then what would happen is in 21 years when those children are graduating, for each one woman, you would have 3 fresh children ready to work in the economy. Maybe 2. Okay, so if one dies in a car accident, you would have 2 children. But let's say instead of doing that, all the women go to work as men, basically. They don't have these children. Many of them have 0 children, and then many of them have 1 children. What happens in about 60 years when that woman is an old woman? She's a grandma now, and she's got 1 child, and that child can't really support her too well. What do you think happens? Well, first of all, the missing children never contributed to the economy. Second of all, turns out mom's not that good at saving money, even though she had a bunch of it. People are just shit at saving money, and she doesn't even have children to support her. So what do you think happens in that case? Oh, I know what happens. The government pays for her to be supported. Now the government spends all its money on grandma because grandma didn't have any children. So you and I get to pay for her, which is exactly where we are right now, economically. The biggest cost of the economy right now is Social Security and socialized health care for the elderly, not for the young, for the elderly. Old people can't afford their cancer treatment. They're all getting cancer. They all want to live forever. I totally get all that. I would too. But they didn't save up for whatever reason. You've got pensions. All right, pensions is going to destroy the economy. We are not going to be able to afford. It's already destroying Illinois. Have you guys ever heard about Illinois being bankrupt? Do you know why? Because they can't afford the pensions. What do you think happens in America? The same situation. You've got all these. This is why people buy gold, because they know the way the government's going to deal with this. They're going to borrow an enormous amount of money, and they're going to print an enormous amount of money to deal with this. And this is a very quiet way of stealing everyone else's money. This is a very quiet way of stealing the average American's money. So you shelter your money in alternative assets that the government can't print, like gold. Right? Government's having an economic meltdown. Just print out 2 trillion. Big whoop-de-doo. We got it. Whoop-de-doo. Easy. Well, at that point, you kind of wish you didn't have dollar bills. You kind of wish you had something like gold. Something the government can't print. So Snorky says growing the population indefinitely isn't a good solution in the long term. Snorky, I'm not saying we have to grow the population indefinitely. And I think that even if the population were to shrink a little bit, that would be totally fine. I've spoken about that issue before. If you're going to have a shrinking population, let me say this. You need to make sure that your government then doesn't go out and replace you with another group of people, because that's exactly what's happened all across Europe. It's exactly what happened in America. You got all these corporations that say, how do we get cheap labor? Well, they do 2 things. They send the manufacturing to China or to Taiwan or to the Philippines or whatever, right? So they export all the manufacturing jobs, and then they do the other thing. They import cheap labor. So that's the other thing. That's actually a large driver of illegal immigration in America. Nobody wants to stop it on the right because it would mean that their giant corporations that they make money on can no longer, take advantage of the artificially low labor costs. The other side of the equation is you have the people on the left who realize, when people are extremely poor, poorer than the average poor person in your country, if you import millions of them, they vote for the party of socialism. Hey, that's our party. We'll import as many of them as we can, and then when we have our campaigns, we'll speak their language rather than English. It is absolutely disgusting, and the people who get hurt more than anyone else is the American middle class. Nobody talks about it because you will be racist and sexist and evil to talk. I actually would like a lot of immigration to America. Very specific immigration. I would love to immigrate an indefinite number of women into America. Okay, so America should just change its rules slightly. The way it should work is anyone from any country can come straight in, no waiting, but you have to be a woman. Just import as many women as you want into America right now. Just import as many women as you want, and then men will have their choice of wife. Easy. And the women will have to sit back and say, I wonder how many immigrants we want in America. Because the women in America will be going, oh shoot, now I actually have to compete with more women coming into America. I think that would be terrific. Because what would happen is there will be a lot of men in America who want a wife, who find one, and there will be a lot of women in power stroking their chin going, how many women do we want to import? Maybe not that many. Do you guys know how immigration in America works currently? I think it's something like 70% of the immigrants are young men. Did you know that? How many of you guys knew that? 70% is, I think that's the number. Somebody can look it up and correct me if I'm wrong. Something like 70% young men. How does that sound? How does that sound? It's already hard enough to make enough money to impress a woman and get a wife who wants to have children with you, right? You get to compete with them at work, and then you get a net gain of young men from other countries into your country. And you know who's always pro-immigration, like hardcore pro-immigration, is absolutely the feminists. It's the funniest thing. They're always hardcore pro-immigration. It's always the women. They love it. Lots of young men come into the country, lowering the wages, giving the socialists more votes, inevitably, if they gain voting status, which they do actually, because if they have children, that child just automatically becomes an American. So in 18 years, that's basically a vote for whichever party is the most socialist, which is the left party, right? But also tons and tons of young men, and it is just, is horrifying for men in this country to have a kind of situation like that. So just change the way immigration works. We will take as many poor women from other countries as you want. We will take all your women. I'm perfectly okay with this. As many women as you guys want to give up to us, we will take them. Nobody talks like that. Nobody thinks that way. That would be so clever. Elytron is not going to be another behemoth style. Immigrant women that move to America, adapt to American standards, are just hypergam. I can't see what that. Oh, I know what that word is. That's that word that talks about how women only want the most powerful men. I don't think that's actually true. I think people actually over-exaggerate them. He makes me feel like that Doom. Stop spamming stupid. I meant a lot of us might not agree, but reporting isn't right. You're going to do anything, just debate with him if you disagree. You have many dissonant ideas. Excited for Elytron? A lot of us might... Oh, I already read that. That's right, guys. If you disagree, you have to silence me. Well, this is exactly what they mean when they say that the left is actually very intolerant. Isn't it a big part of immigration to not revealing you're an immigrant and hiding from people who can discover that? How could you trust a statistic when it's based off of loose ideas? Yeah, there's been models that talk about the amount of immigration in the country. You're right. But, I guess you could just assume that the models that we have now are all wrong and base your information on that. We're all saying to report TGC because he's an angry commie who can't handle opposing opinions. We have to stop it! This is fascism! You can't just call his ideas dissonant without backing up why you disagree. What do you think about MG Tau? I was saying that earlier. That's like the whole men going their own way stuff. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think that is basically disenfranchised men who want to punish women and prove a point. I don't think that's... I can understand why they're so angry. A lot of them are probably men who have already gone through a situation that's really bad for them. And some of them probably were real victims of like a system that where you get married and basically the marriage is just a way for you to lose your stuff later when she decides to hook up with somebody else. So I understand all that. However, I don't think just hating women and wanting to punish women is a good future for anyone. You have to reconcile that you were in a shitty situation, and you have to try to get back into a relationship and have it be a healthy relationship. So I don't necessarily agree with them, but I hear them, I understand it, I get it. Same with all the hatred you get toward the incel guys. Yeah, there's a lot of insecurity in there. There's a lot of probably guys who have, they're just immature, they need experience, maybe they're too soft, right? Get a lot of weird guys. But at the same time, I hate it when people just kind of discredit them, right? Like, I've never had problems, obviously. I'm married. I've had a lot of... well, I won't go into too much details anyways. But I've never had trouble myself, and I hear them, and I don't want to just make fun of them and say, like, oh, well, they're just gross, and let's laugh at them for not having had sex. I think there are challenges for modern men that existed that didn't exist for our grandparents. Right? Do you understand? Like our grandparents and our great-grandparents. My great-grandfather had a wife who had children and then took care of the children and raised them. All right? So he went out and worked, and he didn't question, am I going to have to be my own wife? Am I married to a man? He didn't have those kind of thoughts. He just said, she's going to stay home, take care of the children, I'm going to go to work. The cost of housing will be roughly double my income, which is nothing compared to today. Wait, was it double or half? I can't remember. And the cost of education will be like... What was it back then? Was it like $2,000 for a 4-year degree? Something really low. And in general, the cost of living was just lower. TGC says he believes women should stay home and not work. Being a woman is not a merit if you don't have a kid. His words at the same time, being a woman should give you a auto pass for a visa. I suppose in a way that's already true. But the whole idea with the immigration is a very interesting idea, because what I find often is that the people who are so heavy in favor of immigration are feminists, and when you think about it, there's actually a net influx of men into your country rather than women. And I thought to myself, what if it was the other way around? What if whenever you see, like, how you see like caravans of people trying to get into your country? I know Europe has seen this as well. What if instead of like tons of young dudes from another country, it was tons of young women, tons of 20-year-old women trying to get into your country? How would the feminists feel about it at that point? Would they be like, yeah, we're totally pro immigration, immigration's great, we have to help them? If it was just tons of 20-year-old women, tons of them, just, you see these huge groups of them, how would they feel about it? Oh, they would be so hypocritical. I guarantee you they would be hypocritical about it. Politics is about power. They're trying to set up what you want that will help you in the best manner, and they look at these people and they go, I'll help them, and they'll vote for me, and they'll be, but if you see like a ton of young women, I swear to God, it would be a very different approach from the Feminist Party. They'd be like, you can't just import hundreds of thousands of women in a month. That's not okay. Just an intellectually lazy conclusion. Heaven forbid you dig deep and try to understand the multifaceted problems. Oops, hold on. Our generation faces. Instead, it's just feminism killed America. Well, again, so maybe you're unfamiliar with me, but I actually spend an enormous amount of time thinking about these things. I'm 31 years old now. I'm not exactly young anymore. Full-grown adult. I'm fully college educated, so I'm not just some hillbilly or whatever. College educated. I have a bachelor's of science in computer science. I was the president of the computer science club at my university. I've had a variety of successful jobs, including I worked for a technology company where I helped transfer a database to another database for a bank. So I don't know what you want to say, like, oh, he's ignorant because he doesn't agree with my point of view. Like, you can try to take the issues and disagree with me. I don't consider them intellectually lazy at all. I consider maybe a YouTube comment that says, oh, you're just intellectually lazy. That might be intellectually lazy, saying that. So you can like disagree with me somehow. I'd love to hear why you think that my ideas don't work, because I would say some of the conclusions I've drawn are they're based more on the root of the problem than we often talk about. So this is what happens inevitably when you have a promising problem going on. People don't think about the biology and the natural side of it, why it's occurring. Okay, so you get, let's say in your country there's a lot of immigration, and the men don't feel that comfortable with it. They go, oh man, oh, and this is a fact. So the women in your country, if you guys didn't know this, women tend to vote to the left and men tend to vote to the right. And so basically, if only men voted in your country would actually vote conservative almost all the time. Okay, so the women kind of balance the men out. So if you didn't know that, you can look that up on Pew Research, because it's true. And I'm thinking about immigration. I'm like, well, what if it was actually just a bunch of women immigrating into your country? How would the men feel about it? And I realized, I don't think men would actually care that much. It's not actually. So it made me realize the immigration problem is a fear of being replaced, is a fear of losing political power, right? Because it is. Because eventually when they, if you have a lot of immigrants come in, and maybe they came in illegally. I don't know if Europe has that. Oh, I just died. I don't know if Europe has that problem the same way the U.S. does. We have a lot of illegal immigration, and naturally this leads to a lot of people having children. Well, in the U.S. we have this stupid loophole that says if you had children on U.S. soil, now that child is a U.S. citizen, and they deserve all the same privileges and rights as a regular U.S. citizen. And so there's like a whole industry of people trying to get in to have their children here. It's really frustrating. They won't close the loophole. It's silly. It would really impress me if they ever did that, but you would need a lot of Democrats to agree to change that rule in order to change it. So it'll never happen. But anyways, that's not the only issue. There's a lot of other issues with immigration. Basically, I don't see why you would want to pay an American worker a high wage when you could find a worker from another country that will work for a low wage. So it's kind of like a very similar form of exporting your manufactured goods, except I've actually read about it for the technology as well. So in technology, it's like you could hire American software engineers at a higher cost, or you can go out in the world. There's a lot of software engineers in the world at this point. Just bring them on in. It's actually much cheaper to do that because American software engineers get paid a lot. They are not poorly paid. Then you have some technology companies doing this where they would rather have somebody with a work visa than an American software engineer because it saves the money. And the question is, should you do that? It's funny because the Democrat Party used to be the workers' party, right? It used to be about protecting the wages. This is why you had Democrats that actually helped build. This is a lot of people don't know this. In on the border, the southern border, where we get a lot of illegal immigration, you had liberal leaders who supported building a wall. We already had a wall before Donald Trump became president. There was an already existing wall that the Democrat leaders built because they were talking about how the Republican corporations would bring in the illegal immigrants in order to have artificially cheap workers that came from other countries and were just much cheaper. We don't really talk about that anymore. You know, mostly when you talk about politics and immigration, it's, you racist this, racist that. That's all it's talked about. It's not talking about money. People don't talk about how cheap it is to find somebody from another country to work for you. But it's such an important part of why you have so much immigration in your country. So, like, if you want to be paid a nice wage, you better make sure that your corporations can't just simply replace you really quickly. And it's funny because when I want to look into immigration into countries like in Europe, one of the key things they ask is, are you replacing a worker here in Europe? And I question if we do that as much I don't think we do that as much in America. I think we're very fast to replace us. Anyways, Papa Jeff says, I'm 29 with a bachelor's in economics finance. I agree that the family unit breaking down is a problem, but the driving force behind that problem is the stagnation of wages and debt. Yes, so saying it's the stagnation of wages and debt is a very common, like, oh man, we need to defeat the wealthy. So let's say that we tax the wealthy a little bit more and we increase the wages of the worker. I honestly do not think that will change anything. I think that the biggest issue with having children is that men do not see women as housewives. That's it. Men do not see women as housewives. I think that people will get back to having children when men start to see women as housewives again. As long as you can't see women that way, you will just not have as many children. It's really simple. If you can't see women as housewives, you won't have that many children. If you can see them as housewives, you will probably have children. They're there to have the children, raise the children, and be mothers. If you can't see women that way, you will just look at them like men. Very sexy men. You'll be like, man, I'd love to have sex with that guy. You will see them like husbands, and you'll just never have children with them. It's a very serious psychological issue that nobody really talks about. You think it's about money. America's the wealthiest country in the world. Europe continues to be very wealthy. You know, I could have children right now. I have a condo. I have a place to live. Our grandparents didn't necessarily live in large houses. The houses were cheaper, but they weren't necessarily like awesome large houses. They didn't have iPods. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have cell phones. You have children right now. It's a psychological problem. It's a deeply psychological problem where men are demasculated or emasculated, whatever the word is, and they will not look at women as women. They'll look at women as men. That is the primary problem, in my opinion. Definitely the primary problem. And you know what? There will be groups of people who don't have this problem at all. I think Islam is a terrific example. Islam will continue to have women as they should. They will have women as mothers. I'm sorry, let me finish that. Islam will continue to have women as mothers as they should. They're correct to do that. And I feel that if we don't also do that, you can expect them to have all the children and for us to, in a few generations, really to recede. I think that's what you can expect. Until you get a group of men that say, no, women are mothers, women are housewives. If you cannot get a group of men to say that, you know, be prepared to not have any children. I think that's, and you can disagree all you want with me. I've heard all the arguments at this point. I've heard them all. I've heard all the pro-feminism arguments. I love this topic, actually. It's a terrific subject. Talked about all this stuff from both sides, especially when I was 18 and probably much stupider back then, much less intelligent, much less experienced. Yeah, I was so liberal when I was 18. I thought it was really smart and progressive. All the religions were dumb. Oh man, the religions are so stupid and backwards. There they are, pumping out the babies. Oh man, that's not good for us. What else is there in life, man? Oh, well, she got to be a software engineer. Yeah, she also got to have no children. No children. You're going to be on your deathbed. Imagine this. We're all going to be on our deathbed someday. It'll happen to you. It'll happen to me. You're going to be laying there and you're going to be thinking, oh man, I'm glad I put in that extra 40 hours at work. You think that's what your wife's thinking? Oh man, I'm glad I climbed the corporate ladder. Or do you think she wants to be surrounded by her children? Which one's actually more meaningful? obviously the children. But here we are, we have the feminist movement. It tells you, you got to be an engineer, you got to be an engineer, you got to be another cog in the wheel, you got to be another corporate ladder or whatever, you got to get your parachute on. That's what they glorify in Hollywood, in politics, TV shows, music. That's what gets glorified. And then you have groups of people who are still religious and traditional, and they say, no, you have to have children. They will absolutely replace you in a few generations because that is how nature works. It's not how a political ideology works. Feminism's a political ideology. Nature only really cares if you have children. So I'm actually totally taking the side of Islam. I think Islam's right. I think Christianity is right. I think Orthodox Judaism. You have a lot of modern Jews they're like atheists and all that. I think they're all 100% right. You have to have a housewife. You have to have a housewife. She has to be a mother. Her first job has to be having children. She can have a second job, it doesn't matter, but she has to have children first. And people who disagree with that, you call me sexist all you want. I don't actually care about your opinion. You can call me sexist, and when you're getting older and you have no children, I'll be like, well, why don't you have any children? And you can be like, well, it's because of the bourgeoisie. It's because Bernie Sanders didn't give me free health care, even though I'm actually healthy right now. The free health care is for the elderly, by the way. It's not for you. It's for the elderly. Sorry for the caps. Oops. Why is being a mother and working mutually exclusive in your explanation? Samuel, simply because you can't really do both at precisely the same time. I mean, maybe if you had a special job where you could have your children with you and you could actually give them attention. Some of you guys probably don't know this. I'm from a family of 11 children. Okay, so I came from a big family. When I was 15 years old, I was taking care of the youngest boy as if he was my baby. That's the system you develop when you have so many children. So I fed him, changed his diapers, clothed him, played with him, and educated him even. Okay, so all of those were my jobs. It was called the buddy system, so that mom could go off and have more children. Anyways, you're not able to really have a full-time job or serious job and do that at the same time. You reach a point where you have to leave the kid and then go do the labor rather than being with the kid. And your time with the child helps the child develop, because children need to be with an adult in order to develop well. You're sexiest, says Arson. Thanks, Arson. We moved here because we enjoy hiking together in nature, no interest in kids. We're still happy and successful. You will not be successful until you have kids. That's my opinion. You can call yourself successful, and then you will disappear out of the gene pool, and then no one will remember you. So I guess it depends on your definition of success, really. If you have more of a, let's say, a hedonistic concept of success, where the only thing that matters is how good you feel, like how many times have you jerked off, how many beers did you drink, let's see, how many orgies did you participate in, whatever you want to say. If that's your concept of success, then yeah, maybe you could actually be very successful with no children. Because children, in my opinion, are a lot of work. They're a pain in the ass, right? Like I said, I had 11 siblings. My definition of success, and it's the definition that I think that countries and governments and religions all run by, is basically you need to have a healthy existing family unit, and you need to have a few children. So that when you're old and you're on your deathbed, you're not saying, oh yeah, I got some really good hikes in. You're going, these are my children who will live on in my name. Huge difference. You're alive today because that's what your ancestors chose to do, by the way. So your ancestors didn't say, I don't need no children, I'm just going to go hiking. If they said that, you would not even exist to go hiking today. All of your ancestors made the same decision to have children, all of us. And the people who aren't here had the ancestors that decided not to do that. So it's not a political statement. It's not this is my truth, your truth, his truth, her truth. It's none of those. This is just one of those hard facts of reality. Have children or disappear. And I think, oh my God, that's why they call it the suicide mantle. I think increasingly people are choosing not to have children, and I think it is based on a lot of psychological damage we've done to men. We've destroyed masculinity. We've destroyed fatherhood. Men need to be able to see themselves as different from women, providers, protectors, and you need a housewife and you need a mother of your children, that is. He only reads the book moments that pleases his levels of tolerance. Biologically successful, no, but enjoyment with each other very much. Well, that's why I was defining it as a form of hedonism. So, and it's a very interesting question. So let's say there's absolutely no God and there's no point to the universe, no point at all. Then I would say at that point, then I would be a hedonist myself. So if you believe there was no point to the universe, I would absolutely choose hedonism. Maybe I'd have kids if I felt that the kids would be fun. If you do not believe that life is meaningless and that there's no order to the universe, right? If you believe that humans should continue existing for some good, like some reason, like who knows? You can come up with it. It could be a religious reason. It could be some other. It could even be an atheist reason. Like maybe you believe humans are meant to ascend into a sort of godhood, right? To a sort of infinite life sort of status. Humans inventing the ability to live forever, right? So even if you were to believe those, then you would believe that recreation is a fundamental part of human success. If you just believe human success is pleasure, that is what we call hedonism. Anyone got a stone slinger? If you are not fit to have kids, don't have them. Oh, I totally agree with that, by the way. If you are not ready for kids, please do us all a favor. Do not have kids. Please get a job. Please get married. Please finish your education, especially your high school education, and then go have children. The way that you do those things, if you do them in the right order, makes a big difference to society, because it means now we don't have to pay for your stuff, which I think society is actually very charitable and willing to do that. It just makes it harder on everyone. So do it in the right order. You'll be happier, we'll be happier, we'll all be happier, and trust each other more. Right? Like if you have a neighbor who asks for a cup of sugar, you're like, yeah, let me help you. But if you have a neighbor who asks for a cup of sugar every single day, you go, I don't want to be your neighbor anymore. So it kind of starts to fall apart. Pacific Park Games, exactly. Work, get money, be happy, have kids, don't have kids. The universe doesn't have to have a purpose for us to find purpose in it. Life is what you make it at home. Yeah, that just sounds like maybe a saying. How do I use heavy bow guns? You put them away and you use the hammer. Imagine not wanting to bring life into the world and show them what makes life amazing. 24-hour stream, that's right, this is the beginning of the 24-hour live stream. What if I'm never ready for kids? That's how I view myself. I do not want to raise children. Well, I guess if that was how your ancestors felt, you would just not exist. I think of it almost as a form of like depression, where your self-esteem or your anxiety, your self-esteem is so low or your anxiety is so high that you're no longer able to function as a successful human animal. Do you see what I'm saying? So nature wants you to have children. Nature says, please stay in the gene pool. We want the gene pool to improve. And some people won't have children, and nature will consider you not worthy of being in the gene pool. And so if you're saying, oh man, I can't do this because I don't think I'd make a good dad, or it will be too hard, I won't like it, it won't be pleasurable enough, I'm telling you, you're like one of these guys that I was just talking about, softened men who do not see themselves as fathers and husbands and worthy of having a housewife, right? So having a housewife is not just some position of sexism. It means that you've earned it. You see what I'm saying? It means that you've provided for another human being to be able to stay home and have kids. So is this something you should aspire to having? I used to think that it was a form of sexism, actually. This is what's interesting about it. So my mom was a housewife, and I was a woke 18-year-old who read all the stuff and watched the Hollywood movies, and I'm like, wow, I'm going to be smarter than my parents. But I realize now, as a 31-year-old, having a housewife is a level of privilege and is a level of success, is something to aspire to rather than to look down upon. And we're not told that as guys, because all the feminists who have a hold of our educational system and our politics, and especially Hollywood, which is extremely liberal, tell us that those ideals are evil. That's what they tell us. And I've realized that's not the case at all. My grandfather had a housewife. My great-grandfather had a housewife. My father had a housewife. They were all genetically successful. They all had children, especially my dad had 11 children. They were all extremely successful that way. And I need to stop thinking about just being wealthy, and I need to start thinking about whether or not I'm going to have kids. And you all should too. That's my advice for you guys, as a guy to a guy. And it doesn't mean you should be predatory toward women at all, which I completely disagree with. You know, that's another thing with all the religions. Predatory behavior toward women is strictly not allowed in these religions. So you have a job as a protector and a provider. She has a job of having the children. This just works very well. It works very well. again, so the religions that managed to survive were these conservative religions that had these defined roles for men and women. And woke politics tells you, hey, this is bad. In the future, you need to do it a different way. And I ran along with it. College was super liberal. Even in the technology department, everything was just super liberal. There was the LGBTQ club. There was the all the minority clubs. There was all the, what else? I think it was mainly those, but they would put all the posters up everywhere and the equal signs and all the blah blah blah, this and that and this and that. Complete opposite of a meritocracy. I want to remind you of that. Complete opposite of a meritocracy. Meritocracies, the free market doesn't care what you have between your legs, doesn't care the color of your skin. It just cares if you're skilled. That's all it cares about. But yeah, I went to the college. I experienced all the talks, the leadership. You had to take like leadership classes if you were to become like a president of a club, to make sure you don't break certain rules. I got to hear all the same stupid shit. And I'm older and I'm smarter now, and I realized my grandfather had a housewife, my great grandfather had a housewife, my father had a housewife. Having a housewife is not a form of sexism; is a form of success. It is absolutely a sign of your success as a male. You should not feel guilty for having a mother who takes care of your children. You should not feel like, oh man, am I being equal enough to her? That's not your job to be equal to her. Your job is to be stronger than her, so that she feels like she can be your housewife. That's your job. And guys who hate this idea, most likely these are guys who are afraid of doing that, or they're just very strongly driven by the ideology of feminism that believes somehow we're the same. It's just absolutely not true. Again, you look through the whole history of the human race. Every source of power, every society is built upon war and blood and toil, and who does all the bleeding is always men. It's always men, and the women have children, which is extremely important. Extremely important. But you play different roles. You play different roles. And when men don't play their role and women don't play their role, it's actually worse for society. I think you're much less happy as well. Look, I'm stabbing him in the hips. Oh, here we go. You quite cover the beliefs I have. Thanks for speaking them out. As in current society, it's almost a crime to say these things. I know, right? The one guy was like, all right, this is how you report them. So when you say something that is actually very much in tune with nature and with having children, when you say these things, and they've been obvious to the human race for a really long time, you get in so much trouble. Oh, I'm going to get thrown off. Man, I hate it when they jump. It's very hard to maintain your stamina during the jump. When you say this stuff, they actually want to take your freedom of speech away. The left is not a tolerant ideology. It's actually extremely intolerant. If you say, I deserve a housewife, if you say that, they say, we're going to take your job away. That's extremely intolerant. And is a form of, I guess you could say it's almost a form of totalitarianism, right? Isn't the left always concerned about the rising far-right authoritarianism and all that stuff? How is it any different? It's just not. It's actually extremely similar. He's saying his opinion, don't need to get all butthurt. Bershogun says, when you say school on the side, do you mean paying for schooling at a pace that avoids debt to then earn the degree that will guarantee a higher wage? Most people would like to have children. Don't put pressure on the ones that don't. I think that everyone needs a little bit of pressure to have children. Because if you don't have a little bit of pressure, it is too easy to fall into the hedonism trap, where you go, man, I don't feel like having children. Society needs you to have children. That's the truth. You don't see yourself that way. You think there's just enough children. It's actually not true. There never really is enough. You need to have 3. If you haven't had 3, you haven't had enough. So you guys also think we should hunt down furry too? No, what? Both sharing the responsibility, both go on parental leave. Women only serve the purpose of making us sandwiches while we stream ourselves. That's true. What do you think what do I think of premarital sex? So this is a very religious point of view, where the religions will say you just can't have it. And I think that the reason we had the whole premarital sex rules is because in the past you didn't have birth controls and you got married very young, and the moment you had sex you had children. It's really not that way anymore, and I don't give 2 flips about premarital sex. You can have it if you want it, It's not necessarily a good thing. I think, as controversial as it is to say it, men still want virgin women. That's the truth. Most men, not all men, is different for everyone. Personally, I don't think I would care that much if you've had other relationships, sex with other people. But the reality is, men still find virgin women very attractive, and that's because that's how your brains are hardwired. You didn't ask to feel that way; it's just how it is. So, premarital sex, I would say try to save it for someone very special who you're pretty sure you're gonna marry. That's how I kind of did it. I didn't like to waste it, if that makes much sense. I didn't think of it as a, like, I need to get as much as I can from everyone. And I'm glad I'm that way too, because I didn't end up having any children at the wrong time. A lot of people have children at the wrong time, and it makes life much harder, especially if you had children with somebody you don't really love. Okay, so you can't always really necessarily separate the risks of sex with the pleasure of sex. You're going to have sex? Great. Nature loves it when you have sex, but it's actually safer and better when you have it with your wife or your fiance, because if you're just having it with as many girls as possible, you're deeply increasing your risks of having, what do they call it? Oh, a sexually transmitted disease? That's good. You don't want to come out of it with the sexually transmitted disease. You had the whole AIDS epidemic, right? In what was it, the 80s? How many people died from AIDS? That was a sexually transmitted disease. It was AIDS, and it just wiped people out. Okay, so to say sex doesn't have any risk and you can just have as much of it as you can, I don't really agree with that. So you should be conservative about your sex life, but having this sort of like artificial religious rule that says you can only have sex after you're married, I don't really agree with that either. People get married later, but I think that it would be easier for everyone if men better understood how to be men, how to be powerful and masculine, and women understood that men who are willing to be fathers and men who are willing to be masculine men are looking for mothers. They're looking for feminine women. And the feminists just hate that idea. And they have worked very hard to tell you that it is wrong to think that way and it's wrong to feel that way. And I promise you, you have it more suppressed in yourself than you realize right now. You're hearing me talk about it. You're going, yeah, okay, that's his opinion. I promise you, you have your masculinity more suppressed inside of you than you realize. I was saying this earlier in the stream. When you reach a level in your life, when you have enough success in your life and security that you no longer give a shit about other people's opinions, more of yourself will be expressed, and you'll realize, wow, having a woman, having a housewife is nice. Having a wife rather than us having a husband, because that's what most feminists want you to have. They want you to have a husband, and I don't mean that in this male way. I just mean they want your wife to be working on the railroad with you rather than having children. Our Claire says, I don't think your opinion is wrong, but I think having a wife with a nice job and sharing the responsibility charge of having children and being proud of what you have is completely possible. I don't fully agree with that. I think that if she has 3 children and then gets a job, I think that can work out. I think you can have a really, really tough work-life balance where you do it all at the same time. She has children, but also she goes to work. And I think that this work-life balance will not only increase your odds of divorcing, it will also increase your odds of cheating, both of you. And it will make you but maybe you're earning so much money that you just hire a maid, so that's certainly possible. The other thing is, the last thing that might occur is you just spend no time with your children during the most formative years. Okay, so you guys, I had siblings. I had 11 siblings. I know the difference between a sibling who had all the attention of their biological mother and a ignored child, because as more and more children were born into the family, the ones at the bottom increasingly didn't get any attention, and it fricked them up. They did not feel loved. There wasn't enough attention to go around, and honestly, it just gets really tough on everyone. So your interaction with your children is extremely healthy. They learn from you, they bond with you, and nobody cares about your children more than you do. The lady at the daycare center does not give a shit about your kid. She does have to pretend to, and in a way she probably does if she's real passionate about her job, but I promise you she cares about her own children much more, and it is a job for her that you pay her to do, and she probably would not die for your child. Some of them will. If you find really good ones, some of them will. But she will basically be the mother and probably the father as well for your developing child, and is, in my opinion, just not as healthy as having a wife who stays home and takes care of the child. So it comes down to money again. If you had millions of dollars, you definitely would have a housewife. You would be like, yeah, just stay home. Don't worry about it. I make the millions. Stay home. Give some loving to our children, and I will make the millions. A lot of the reason that men today justify the whole situation where the man and the woman have to work is because there's not enough money. It's not enough money. And a lot of the time, women who hold 2/3 of the debt when it comes to degree debt, college debt, they hold 2/3 of it. They went to school for 4 years, squandering 4 years of their young life to go into so much school debt that they will now spend the next 3 years digging themselves out of it, or worse, if they went for a bad degree, which women apparently do. Women apparently go for the soft degrees more than men. The men go for like the math and the science degrees more often, I've heard. So let's go ahead and play All That Glitters is Furious one more time. Bershogun says, why 11 kids, GE? I don't know. Maybe my dad was a Omega Chad. I have no clue. They were religious. The Catholic religion tells you not to use birth control. There's actually some like really complex explanation for that too. For those of you who aren't Catholic and who have always wondered why the Catholic Church says don't use birth control. So the Catholic Church actually says, and I'm not Catholic by the way, the Catholic Church says you can have family planning, meaning you don't have to have kids, but it says birth control rejects the natural state of a man and woman's body the way God designed it. So that's basically their explanation. They say you hate a woman's ovaries, basically, and you just want to objectify her. So that's the Catholic Church's position. Of course, critics say that the Catholic Church just wants you to have more babies. So whatever the case is, my family was Catholic, and we had 11 children. And we knew a lot of Catholic families with more. Some of them had more than 11, but there were many large Catholic families. So let's see. If you can manage 11 or more kids, I think you should. This sounds good in a world where the economics can be good enough to support so many kids. Well, and that's all part of the deal, guys. It's all part of the deal. You guys are told to go to school. You go to a public school, and you're told to become employees. You know who gets rich in every economy? It's not the employees. It's always the business owner. And at least in America, I think there is a push for people to be entrepreneurs. I don't think that's true necessarily in every economy, country. In America, I think America is a little bit special and successful because we keep our taxes low and we tell you to start a business. But that is so true. You want to avoid being an employee. You definitely want to start a business, and you want to be an investor. Those things are so important for becoming wealthy. And when you're wealthy, yeah, you can actually have a stay-at-home wife. But if you're going to earn like $12 an hour working at some stupid place like Walmart or whatever, Amazon maybe pays like 14. If you're going to be an employee your whole life and spend all your money on frivolities, you're just going to struggle. And, she's never really going to want to be a housewife. I think that it is difficult, though. And this is why we have conversations about socialism versus capitalism. It's why we have conversations about the appropriate level of immigration in your country, because, corporations would love, again, Republican corporations, not just liberals who are looking for immigrant socialist votes, but Republican corporations have thrown you under the bus as well, because they import the immigrants in order to offer them a lower wage than what they would have paid you. They basically increase the labor pool, and also typically the pay wage is so much better in the U.S. that they can still offer a sort of like price gougingly low wage, and if you're from another country, you'll still take it because you're like, yeah, that sounds great. So issues like immigrations, unions, socialism, all those things are part of a larger complex conversation to make sure that everyone's making enough money. But I do have to say, in America, there is still a lot of opportunity, and I think that the bigger problem with America is that you go to school to learn a bunch of stupid shit that you're going to forget in a very short amount of time. I can't tell you. I took college biology, and it was a complicated. I remember it took me like hours and hours and hours to study before I took the test. I remember almost none of it now. I took biology, It was college biology. It was real tough. I passed with like a B, and I don't remember any of it. Why did I even learn it? It doesn't help me with anything I do in life. I learned about natural selection. You could teach me natural selection online on YouTube, and it wouldn't cost me $4,000 to learn it. So you go into debt. You're a vehicle of profit for the schools and for the banks to learn stupid shit you didn't need to know, and your wife goes into the same crippling debt so that you can be a vehicle of profit for someone else. And then you're like, why don't I have enough money? Well, it's right in front of you, stupid. How about the way we buy homes? The way you buy a home, first of all, homes are really expensive these days. Homes were cheaper in the past, so you could afford them fast. But investors figured out that homes were good investments because basically everyone has to have a home. So it's like one of these special sort of assets where it doesn't really matter. It's not like Coca-Cola. People can decide they don't want Coca-Cola. People can't decide that they don't want to live in a home, right? So investors quickly realized how good investing in real estate was. They picked up on that, and the cost of housing went up real fast. And if houses were to ever stop appreciating, all these investors and your mom and your dad and grandma and grandpa, they wouldn't make any more money because they were all told that a house is an appreciating asset. This should not be true. There should be so many houses being built every day that a house is a depreciating asset. Okay, that's how many houses should be being built right now, but they don't do that. They don't do that because there's not enough profits involved, and the government could change that, by the way. The government could have programs where they build massive numbers of government housing. They already kind of do that a little bit in cities. They need to do it more. They need to do it all over the place and say, you know what, housing market guys, you're going to have to find out how to make money developing a real product rather than just the scarcity of a requirement, a necessary for survival, a house. So you're going to have to go actually make a product rather than just living off of the scarcity of the existence of homes. So the government could do something like that, and that would make a big difference in making it so that you could have a stable family and your wife can stay home and have children. See, again, a lot of people, I think, if you were wealthy enough, you would just choose to have a stay-at-home wife. And so this is the other side of the argument where he says, well, it's not feminism, it's actually just that we're not wealthy enough. But again, I think that the largest issue is the psychological issue where men aren't willing to see themselves as powerful. Men are not willing to see themselves as needing to be more powerful than women. Men are told not to think that way. Men are told to think of women as, basically you're trained to think of the women as other husbands rather than as, wives, housewives, right? You don't think that way anymore. But yeah, so we're talking about it from the other side, the cost of living, socialism versus capitalism, and the cost of housing just has to be fixed. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know if it should. It just shouldn't be an issue of profit, in my opinion. Houses, of course, still need to make enough profit that construction workers should have a reason to go make more houses. So they have to have some sort of profit involved. But I think that speculative investing in housing like in California, combined with pretty much unregulated illegal immigration, has just made life so expensive out there that you're just going to have this really ridiculous system where everyone's homeless or nearly homeless, living in a little cardboard home, wondering, oh my God, when am I going to get my government stimulus, and how are the rich going to take care of me? And it's so terrible. It's almost like an example of what the whole country could be like if we were a little more like California. You get some extremely wealthy people who are living in a bubble saying, oh my God, we need to be more, you know what I mean? We have to do more for identity politics. So those are the millionaires living in a bubble, and they're like the leaders for the left. And then you have tons and tons of people suffering who just can't afford a home, even though there's a simple explanation why people can't afford a home. Too many people. You're letting more people in, but you're not having the government build tons of cheap homes. You're instead letting the private sector profit off of the land. And the private sector would really not like it if you changed those rules because they would lose a ton of money. The private sector, including lots and lots of moms and dads, lots of just regular people like me and you, would lose tons of money. But to me, it just seems like a necessary change. I don't know. It's really hard because you have to have a level of trust in your community where it's like we're all on the same team in order to give up your private property, in order for you to, well, not private property, but in order to give up the appreciating value of your private property. You all kind of have to be on the same team for that to work and say, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to make it work. It's going to be good. Is he KO'd? He's not KO'd. 1, 2, boop. Nice job, Andy. Oh. Oh, nice. It actually still landed. Good, good, good. Cali's government has gone out of its way to make it harder for people to find homes. Well, I don't think that's probably true. It's just that there's too many people in California, and they don't control how many people come in. They don't want to. They're like proud that they don't. But then also the cost of living is so high, and the value of the land is so high that the government can't afford to build government housing because the government's building it based on the market price. So that is a really huge problem. And it's a similar problem that exists for a lot of things that the government could help the US people with. Okay, we just had a KO. There was a guy who made mini homes for home. Oh yeah, I heard about that, and they shut it down. And I can understand it too. It's because people don't want the homeless in their backyard. They go, no, you can have the homeless over there, but not over here. The government's like, you can't create homeless shelters. It makes it easier for them to become a nuisance in this area. I can see all your messages. What? It's truly amazing that we 100% agree on what to do about housing and completely disagree on the cause. Well, like I said, I've thought about a lot of this stuff. I've thought about a lot of it. So, and I've watched TV. In other words, I've watched a lot of research on it. I've watched a lot of differing opinions on it. So I've heard all of the arguments. It's just that I believe that men right now are really having a psychological problem with masculinity and fatherhood. Like, if I was to ask you right now to define masculinity, could you define it? And I don't think most of you could, because you don't know what it is anymore. And I think I have a pretty good definition for it. Being masculine is sort of like being a soldier, being able to make the harder decisions that women aren't actually able to make easily. And in order to believe women can't do something that men can do, you have to believe that there are differences between men and women, and that there are things that men do better than women. And a big part of feminism is trying super hard to convince you that this does not exist. Feminism really badly wants you to believe that men and women are the same, and anything you can do, I can do better, right? That is a key tenet of, oh man, that's a key tenet of feminism, that we're all the same and there's, oh, look how close that was. There's no difference. And I think that is actually really dangerous to believe that. And all of the stuff that would, oh snap, telling women they have to get jobs and all the other stuff. Oh, you gotta be a software engineer. Nobody ever says, like, if the feminist party was like, if the feminist ideology was like, you have to have children, and then you go be a software engineer, then we're talking. But it's the other way around. They say you have to be a worker first, and a mother, maybe. They don't even talk about being a mother. They're just like, oh, you can be a strong, independent, single mom. Dude, no, you can't. It is, by definition, worse to be a single parent. I'm sorry if you're a single parent. We will help you and be friends. I don't want anything bad for you, but it's just not better. But they talk about it like it's almost like better, you know what I mean? Like, oh man, you're a single parent? That must mean you're so strong. No, it doesn't. It means that you were shit at relationships. You either were bad at picking somebody to be in a relationship with, or you were the person who was not good to be in the relationship. You were the cause of the divorce or the failed relationship. So I don't know. People just aren't honest. I feel like it's all based on power, right? So like feminists want power. How you get power? Well, you need a bunch of allies. How do you get allies? You convince them that, oh man, this ideology is good for you. And it's like, wait, why is there even an ideology? What is it based off of? Well, it's based off of us giving you more power. What do we do to give you, you know, like, getting back to like the core idea. Why should women have the same political power as men without having been in any of the wars? Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, snap. This guy was on top of it. Wow, I feel like I could just talk all day. I'm definitely a talker. I'm actually surprised that comment didn't get deleted. Nobody's deleting comments. I just, after I read a comment, if I respond to it, I look up and I look at the game. So nobody's deleting comments. Or are they? Maybe I don't know. Yeah, based on this, nobody's comments are being deleted. If a comment gets deleted, you guys will see that it's deleted. YouTube will actually show that it's deleted. All right, let's see where this guy's going. Are you trying to convince people here of your ideology? Yes, you all need to adhere to my special ideology. We're starting a religion. We have a special hat for the religion. If you wear the hat, it will make you, oh my God. If you wear the hat, it means that you're part of the club and that you're holier than everyone else. All right? Autobot says, I guess widowed mothers just suck too. Widowed mothers have a more, no, they do not, obviously. But my point was that the majority of people who are in a single relationship most likely had a failed relationship. You're right, some people are widowed mothers, and I think that they didn't do anything wrong. They probably will get into another relationship, a successful relationship. The vast, vast, vast majority of the time you hear about a single mother, you're talking about somebody who was in a relationship that ended. You're not talking about widows. It's pretty rare, I think, actually, the widows. Is this another marathon stream? No, I'm just having all my conversations, trying to see how many people I can upset. I'm the best mom, just letting everything pass by like the board control. Dictatorship GE, will you consider starting a podcast? I'd probably not. It's not to say women can't do it, in my opinion. If a woman has the skill to do it, is able to do it, then give them the consideration. My position is, has she had any children? And if she hasn't, then you probably need to tell her to have children, right? Super sexist? All the religions do it. I actually agree with the religions. I'm siding with the religions on this one. I'm 31 years old. I've sided with the atheists and the progressives and the feminists this whole time. I'm swapping teams. I'm on the religion side on this one. If you don't have children in your society, you don't have a society anymore. You don't see that right away. You don't see it in one generation. You see it in probably about 100 years. But I'm actually siding with the religions. You have to have children. Have to have children. Maybe you can have the children when you're like in your 40s. I don't think that's quite as effective. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how easily women have children in their 40s. Maybe in your mid to late 30s. I don't know. But you gotta have 3 kids. That would be good. Siding with the religions on this one, guys. Have you ever heard about the right to repair bill? And if so, what do you think about it? Let me look it up. Oh, that's in Missouri. Oh, look at this. The right to repair electronics refers to government legislation that is intended to allow consumers the ability to repair and modify their own consumer electronic devices, where otherwise the manufacturer of such devices require the consumer to use only their offered services. I don't have... it's tricky because, this is a very fun subject when it comes to like technology, and it was something that we talked about with computer science all the time, actually, especially in one class in our senior year. It was called it was something like computer science ethics. It was a really fun class, and they talked a lot about this subject. So it's basically like, if you're voluntarily buying my product, I should be able to set the rules on my product, correct? So if I'm the creator of a cell phone, I can say that here is my cell phone, and if you want to buy it, you have to agree that you can only have it repaired by me, and you may not modify it. Okay? So, and then what you, the consumer, should be allowed to say is, I don't want to buy your cell phone. I'll go to the other guy, because he lets me repair it any way I want, and he lets me modify it. Okay, so that, I believe, is probably the fairest thing to say. Many people believe that the creator of the product should just not be allowed to say that. So this happens all the time with the software. Apparently, this right to repair is saying we should just create a rule where if they make a product, we own it by default. They don't have to say that they own it because it doesn't matter because it's strictly ours. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, if you have a company that's telling you can't repair your phone or whatever, just don't buy their phone, right? And that's how it's kind of supposed to work. Everyone has opinions in different circumstances. It's just how we share, and the ability to understand their views was difficult. You just got tenderizer vitality. Did I really? Can I add a pair of butt cheeks onto my phone? You probably can. I saw that tender vitality and it triggered me. J.M. Brady says, Louis Rossman here on YouTube has been a big advocate for right to repair and has been going from state to state to try and get it passed. JM Brady, I don't know if I support it. Again, this is about consumer rights versus the producer's rights. If you don't like the product, if you don't like the rules on the product, just don't buy the product. See what I'm saying? So we can force we can force the producer to follow our rules on production. We can create a law that says if you sell me an iPhone, I get to repair it however I see fit, including modifying it. So we could create a law like that, but why don't you just go out and buy a phone that already is that way? That would be healthy competition, because it would mean that basically it would mean that iPhone's competitor can come in and say, oh, they don't let you repair the phone, I let you repair the phone. So that, and if they get rid of that, then I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm on the fence. Achy breaky heart. Any tips for the Master Rank 175 Tempered Kushala? I don't know. Papa says the problem is collusion. If producer A sees that producer B gets away with it and follows suit, the market is too hard to break into for small independent producers to compete. Yeah, that's a fair counter argument, I'd say. So if you were to say every cell phone company at the same time is saying that you cannot repair their phones except through their service, and there's not a single other cell phone company to choose from that doesn't have that rule, then you could try to push that rule through. I have the feeling that's probably not the reality, and it's more like I would like to buy the iPhone, but also I would like to control what my rights about the iPhone are. So that's probably what I would say is happening. There probably is a smaller cell phone company that's saying, yeah, repair it however you want. We're the only people doing this. See what I'm saying? Isn't this more about unchecked capitalism than consumer rights? I mean, is it? So let me give you, by the way, it's just the four of us. So is it about unchecked capitalism? Did you know when you bought Monster Hunter World Iceborne, you didn't really buy it. It still belongs to Capcom. Monster Hunter World Iceborne, when you purchase the game, it still belongs to Capcom. That's why when you're playing the video game, if you play it in a way that they don't see fit, they can control the game and change it and even ask you to stop, or they will go after you legally. All right? They did this with Fortnite, actually. There was guys modifying the game to cheat, and Fortnite said, cease and desist, or we're going to put you into a lawsuit because you actually agreed that this was our game. Okay? But then also, when it comes to making content, if Capcom doesn't like the content you've made, they can say, actually, the game is ours, and you can't make content of our game. So the whole license agreement at the beginning of the game that you just kind of scroll through and hit OK, I understand on, that license agreement is Capcom saying the game is not yours. The game is Capcom's. Fan fact, you don't have to choose favorite plate for safeguard. There is one which has safeguard in it. Oh, very cool. How does a big, dumb noob like me find a squad to fight Safi? This man's knowledge doesn't include humans nor rights. I don't actually believe in human rights. I think that human rights were made up, and I think that human rights only exist as long as you're willing to kill somebody in order to establish them. So I wouldn't call them human rights. I would call them more like, I wouldn't have a name for them because they don't exist in nature. In nature, pretty much the only thing you can do is you can kill other people, and you can have your thoughts without having anyone else knowing what you're thinking. Those are the only rights you're born with. I don't think you're born with any other rights. You can have like artificial rights that a government gives you, but I think of those as privileges, not rights. And I don't want to be super edgy about it, but I think that a lot of people need to be reminded of this, especially I think liberals typically need to be reminded of this. But I think it's reality. You have a lot of government privileges. Your only rights is the government can't control what you think about because they can't, literally tap into your brain. And they can't stop you from killing people. Those are the two things that government can't stop you from doing. Oh, snap. Oh, and I'm not going to throw him into a log in now. I still have only one crit eye decoration. Imagine playing as the monster trying to kill one little hunter. So we all have the right to kill, am I right? That is correct. A government cannot stop you from committing a terrorist act. A government cannot stop you, well, they will try anyways. They can't stop you from committing murder. They can't stop you from suicide. And they cannot control your thoughts. The government can do everything else. And people who think that they have rights are delusional. They've been lied to by guys like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders says, you have a right to this, you have a right to that, you have a right to this. Where do these rights come from? They come from somebody holding a gun to somebody else's head and saying, pay your taxes or go to jail. And basically, at that point, you can be like the founding fathers of America and say, no, I won't pay those taxes, and you'll just have to kill me. But of course, people are so comfortable, they prefer not to do that these days. Doesn't seem necessary, right? That's what the founding fathers did. They're like, you know what? We don't want to be taxed by you, King of England. How did that kill me? I thought we had the temporal mantle on. Oh, did it just end? Oh my god, we both just fainted. The license agreement from games don't show up until after you purchase it, and the majority of stores do not allow you to refund it, so there is some argument that is invalid. Well, I'm not saying that it's like my favorite thing about video games, but I'm just saying that it exists for most technological products, especially software. With most software companies do not allow you to own the software. And that's for very important reasons, because if you could own the software, this would essentially mean you have a legal right to duplicate the software and to distribute the software, which they do not want you to have that right. So they say, you know what, you have the ability to use our software, but you've purchased the right to use our software, but you do not own the software, and that's very important for them. So just read those user agreements a little closer. It's not just cell phone companies saying you can't repair your phone the way you want to. It's virtually all technology aims to sell you the product, but still own the rights to it. The leaps and bounds this man will go through. The founding fathers literally wrote the Bill of Rights. Oh snap. The founding fathers killed a whole bunch of British people along with the French. They killed a whole bunch of British people. They died too, and then they wrote the Bill of Rights. So you missed the asterisk there. Do you think if the founding fathers did not kill tons of British people in a war, that they could have written the Bill of Rights and had it mean anything at all? No. So first the murder, first the war, then the rights. And that's because rights are not really about rights that you're born with. They're about power and murder. Murder gives you rights. Nature gives you the ability to kill people. Nobody can stop you from this. The government can't stop you from this. They can try, but they're not going to be like always fully effective. Nobody can stop you from murdering other people. It's one of the only things you're born with the right to. You can have your own thoughts. The government can't literally brain control you yet, maybe someday in the future when the technology is there, but they can't brain control you. It's the only thing. Oh man, didn't you know the founding fathers wrote the Bill of Rights? I know. See, it sounds like it's a clever soundbite of an argument. They wrote it after they murdered tons of British people because they didn't agree with the British people. So real rights don't really exist. Power exists. You either have the power to write the rules or you don't. That's where rights come from. Murder is power, and that's it. Chinese government understands this. The U.S. government, literally every powerful country understands this. But then you get, Barney the dinosaur, Bernie Sanders, and he tells you, you have a right to this, you have a right to that, you're born with a right to this. And why does he say it? He says it because hopefully you'll vote for him. So for him, trying to convince you that you have rights is all about power, just for him. So he's not fighting with a gun, he's trying to fight with votes. And if enough people didn't like Bernie Sanders, they would pick up guns and we'd have a civil war. See? So it really is not about what you're born with. It's born with is based on how much murder you're willing to go through with. How much murder in war, because that's what war really all it is. It's a whole bunch of murder all at the same time. That's what a war is. I have rights, you have rights, we all have rights. And you really don't. You have the right to kill people. That's about it. You can have your own thoughts and you can kill people. Crit boost, crit eye wex. Rashu said, comment down below. They also had slaves at the time. You just get them from Steamworks. Smack that booty, man. The Founding Fathers, they knew they were born with certain rights, and the British were just wrong. So they just wrote the Bill of Rights, and then rights came into existence. Yeah, okay. I mean, they murdered tons of British guys. I mean, they themselves are British, but they murdered tons of British guys. They went on a long war where the British tried to murder more of them than the other way around, but the American Founding Fathers happened to have won. And not really in the complete sense. They won because the British didn't want to die anymore, and they had all their other problems. And the French were like, "Hey, we'll help you. We'll be a thorn in their side." Humans are very good at killing each other. Rustel says you need better stamina management. Bring some ration or dash juice. I think we do have dash juice. Hold on, let me see. Here it is, right here. When it comes to the hammer, I don't really need stamina on the hammer. Some weapons really do need stamina, but the hammer is pretty good without it. Have you already read any Robert A. Heinlein? Heinlein? No, I have not. I have not. How do I feel about gun control? I think that, it's a really tough subject because we are so trusting of our police officers and our military and our political leaders, and we've lived in a time of peace for a long time in America. People are more afraid of other civilians having guns than they are of being able to host a rebellion against the government, and I can totally understand that. And when you look at the mass murders in America, it's much higher than other places, right? Well, at least that's what I've been told. And so people conclude pretty logically, they say, hey, we just need to take the guns away. Or you'll have some Democrats who are kind of in the middle, and they're like, hey, you can have a hunting rifle, but you can't have a military gun. I think that the Founding Fathers believed that you should have a gun for killing people. So I think that the Second Amendment, it wasn't there for you to go hunting with. The Second Amendment is there for you to kill people if you decide you don't like the politics in your country. They decide if you have a tyrannical government, you need to go and go to war with your government. So the Founding Fathers were all into that, and it's leading to a situation where people have guns and they use them for mass murders. And I don't know how to feel about it. It's tough. I feel like I would like the ability to continue to defend myself in my own home. I own some valuable Pokemon cards, for example. My wife and I have already talked about it. We're going to get a gun, because if somebody comes inside of my home, I'm just going to shoot them, because I don't want to lose my Pokemans. What do you think of that? Am I close enough? I am close enough to flip. Huh, weird. I thought I'd be far enough away. Anyways, yeah, so we have some valuables over here, and we figure, we should have a little home defense. So we're going to pick up a gun probably in the near future. And, but I think that the Second Amendment's not for home defense. It's not for hunting. It really is for killing your political leaders, probably. It's for taking over violently. That is the point of the Second Amendment. It's for defeating your government. Americans hold on to that ideal, and people say, well, if you took all the guns away from everyone, you would just have less mass shootings. I think they're right, but then you give up the ability to overthrow your government. I don't know how to feel about it. What do you guys... It's actually one of the issues that I've not really finished taking a position on. So there's things I feel strongly about, but the whole gun one, it seems like plenty of harm is done just by civilians owning guns and being in peacetime. But then you have like Venezuela too, right? So Venezuela, they took all their guns away. There was a societal collapse in Venezuela, and all the citizens were de-armed. So they couldn't, if they didn't like their political leader because he's going to continue, having a communistic regime where he eats fine, and now you're stuck at home, you can't uprise against the government. At the same time, you have all these dangerous criminal groups that are rising up because of all of the poverty, and you can't even defend yourself against them. So it's like you're easy pickings at that point. So it was just really shitty for them in Venezuela recently because they had their guns taken away. I don't really think that would happen in America, but I guess if it did, you would want to have a gun. And funny enough, when the whole COVID-19 pandemic starts to occur, what happens? Everyone buys guns. Remember Hurricane Katrina? people had to have guns because there were looters everywhere, and you would have to put a sign up on your home like, hey, try to loot my house, I'll shoot you. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I think that home defense shouldn't be looked down on, especially here in America. We have a lot of crime in America. We have a lot of criminals in America. I don't know why people choose to go into crime. I won't speculate on it, but I don't see anything wrong with home defense. You know, if you could just make people be good, no, you wouldn't need guns, I guess, in the first place, but you wouldn't have mass shootings. Uh, it is a really tough one. That's a really tough one. What if a bunch of women got together, stockpiled guns, and then overthrew the government? Would you submit? No. I think that the men would have to rise up with their own stockpile of guns. I mean, actually, to tell you the truth, Papa, if that happened, you would probably, for the very first time, have a legitimate matriarchy where the women should have political power. Do you see what I'm saying? If the women rose up and defeated the men and took office with guns, that would be a very legitimate matriarchy. The women, like the whole environmentalist Gretel girl, she's all like, we need to defeat, the environment needs to be better, and we need to defeat the patriarchy. It's the only way. If you actually physically defeated the patriarchy, if you want to assemble all the women and go to a physical war with the men, and you won, all power to you. This is the new world order, and we are a matriarchal society now. It'll never happen. Women don't want to use the guns on each other. They're often just trying to take guns away, or on men. They don't want to use it on men, and men will be better at it anyways. Men love guns. Men are stronger. It's just how it is. It's how we were born. It's not something you have to judge people for. It doesn't have to be some identity politics fight. Men and women are supposed to be a team, by the way. Men and women are supposed to be on the same team. Men don't do well without women. Women don't do well without men. You need each other to have babies. We're not supposed to be opposed to each other. And that's another reason why I feel that the feminist ideology is just a really evil and harmful ideology, because it inevitably leads to a power struggle between men and women when they really ought to be on the same team, and they aren't. They aren't with feminism. With feminism, it says you should have two husbands. The wife will be a husband, and the man will be a husband. It's really sad. And when you look at the birth rates are declining very rapidly in Europe, really badly, declining so terribly. And it's here in the U.S. as well. And really, the U.S., if you just removed all of the illegal immigration, you would see that our birth rates are declining about the same as Europe. We have an enormous amount of immigration in America, and that's the only thing that makes it look like it's not like that. Don't believe... Oh... Alvin says, don't believe guns aren't effective at combating a modern government. Alvin, it's funny you bring that up because I used to believe that guns are not effective at combating a modern government. And after doing more research, I actually agree with you. It is actually, in theory, possible to have a uprising against your modern government. The thing is, you don't have to win a huge combat against the U.S. military. All you have to do is have the U.S. generals decide they don't support your politicians, and that's pretty much the end of that politician. Or the people have to decide that the politician has led to a civil war, and that's pretty much the end of a politician. So you need a civil war to occur rather than just you versus the U.S. military. If an actual civil war occurs, then yeah, you could overthrow a modern government. Just like they do all the time in the Middle East, apparently. They're always fighting over there. Jesus. Modern government can be overthrown by a pandemic, apparently. Kids die, period, but lots of kids dying at one time is more frequent. Simp for my life if that happens. This dude sounds like my dad, and I'm 38. He's more America than you. Let's do it, girls. Who's with me? Oh, wait, there's like no other women on this stream. How's it going, Melanie? He's even younger than you. Feminists ruin society 100%. See, I wouldn't say that. I think that I think that some of the ideology of feminism is extremely harmful to men. I think that it changes men's perspective. I think psychologically you begin to see women like they are meant to be your husband and you're the wife. I think that is at the heart of the damage that feminism does. Men need to be grabbed by like their grandfathers and their great grandfathers and been like, you need to be more powerful than your wives, because why would they need you if you weren't more powerful than them? And the answer is they don't need you at that point. And so if men want to be men, they really do need to continue to be strong. Remember when this was supposed to be a 2-hour stream? Then someone asked TGC, what do you think is the most harmful ideology? That was 3 hours ago. And that's why China bans guns. Dead Snake says, we've been talking about politics with him for those 3 hours. Papa says, what about Japan? They are a perfect counterexample to your ideology. They are in decline, but rigidly cling to traditional values. Men are expected to work and provide, and yet birth rates decline. Papa Jeff, this is actually not true at all. Japan has become very progressive in their feminist beliefs. I looked into that myself. I was curious about that as well. Japan has become very feminist. In fact, you could actually almost see how feminism kind of came into Japan and changed the dynamic there already pretty severely. Manga, in fact, if you think about it, for a place like Japan, they're so introverted already in their personalities. I think that it is an even more dangerous trap. If you're a very more quiet, complacent, and introverted man, being told that your women need to be your husband is an extremely dangerous and easy pitfall, in my opinion. I think Japan has its own unique issues. I'm not sure we even have a full grasp on why that happens. Well, again, like I actually looked into it a little bit. They actually do have a lot of that going on over there as well. And then they immediately don't have babies. No more babies. Who needs them? Who needs babies when you could be a hedonist? He likes his hands small? Question mark. We are all black when the light are out. That's a great comment, TNT. All right, guys. Well, we're 4 hours in. You've been a great audience. I'm sorry if I came off poorly on anything, because obviously a lot of this is like sensitive subjects. I'm always open-minded. You can convince me to change my mind, but it's fun to talk about it. And of course, I always keep thinking about it. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys later.